Pose strategies for accept not least questions. These questions are answered by checking the fourth choice, which is armor-like protection. A quick scan of our passage reveals this phrase in the fourth paragraph. This statement is true as well. Thus, we're left with the following: A true, B true, C false, D true. Now all we do is pick the answer choice that is different. C. It is very important to check all of the choices when doing accept not least questions. Many test takers go through the choices too quickly and end up picking the answer that is in the passage instead of the one that isn't. Pose strategies for accept not least questions. These questions are similar to detail and lead word questions. However, they are the opposite because you are going to eliminate answers that are supported by the passage. Remember, we want the choice that is not supported by the passage. Additionally, the correct answer may contain information not mentioned. Information not found in the passage makes a good answer for these questions. Use extreme language. Extreme language is usually bad. But for these questions, it's acceptable. 7. Cracking the reading section. 233 Accept not least questions can take a little more time to answer than other types of detail or lead word questions, so make sure to do them in your second pass. Question type number 10. Inference questions. Here's our next question type. 11. It can be inferred from the passage that molting A. happens regularly during the life of the arthropod. B. always takes days to complete. Circa. Leaves the arthropod without its normal defense. C. causes the arthropod to grow larger. Inference questions ask for a very specific type of answer. An inference is a conclusion reached based on the available evidence. For example, if a friend of yours walks in and has wet hair, you may infer that it is raining outside. That inference may or may not be true. Perhaps your friend just washed his hair or was sprayed with a hose. However, on the TOEFL, the correct inference is the answer that must be true based on the information in the passage. Our approach to these questions remains the same as many other types. First, restate the question. What does the passage suggest about molting? Next, use a lead word to locate the appropriate part of the passage. For this question, we'll use the word molting. This word shows up in the final paragraph. As we've seen with detail and lead word questions, the correct answer should be within 4 or 5 lines of the reference. However, for inference questions, you should not attempt to answer in your own words first. This is because you can't be sure which inference will be the correct response, and the answer you predict may not be close to the answer choice. Instead, we'll follow a process similar to the one we used for accept not least questions. We'll look at each answer choice and see if it is true based on the lines about molting. Here's the question again. 11. It can be inferred from the passage that molting A. happens monthly during the life of the arthropod. B. always takes days to complete. Circa. Leaves the arthropod without its normal defense. C. causes the arthropod to grow larger. 234 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Let us start with the first choice. Go back to the paragraph about molting, and look for any information regarding how regularly it takes place. Remember to read only the lines around our lead word. Because there is no information on the regularity of molting, 8 must be wrong. Eliminate it. Now move on to the next choice. Go back to the passage, and look for evidence that molting always takes days to complete. There is some information about time, but make sure you read carefully. The passage states that this process can take hours or days. But that doesn't mean that molting always takes days. So, eliminate B. For the third choice, there is some indication that it is true. If you read toward the end of the paragraph, it states that the new coat is tender and easily penetrated. Accordingly, the arthropod must remain in hiding. It took a little searching, but this is the answer we need. Of course, we should still look at the final answer. The fourth choice suggests that molting causes the arthropod to grow larger. Is there any evidence for this in the passage? Choice D is supported in the passage as the animal increases in size, therefore, it must occasionally molt. But the passage doesn't say that molting causes growth. So, C is the best answer. Strategies for inference questions. Inference questions require a very careful reading of the passage because the wrong answers can be very attractive. When eliminating answers, you should carefully look for the following. Could be true. Some answers may be true. However, this is not good enough on the TOEFL. You must be able to support the truth of the answer with the passage. Extreme. The wrong answer on inference questions will often use extreme wording. Watch out for answers that contain the following words. Always, never, impossible, all, none, best, worst. Beyond the information. The wrong answer on an inference question may contain some information found in the passage but make a claim or connection that is not found in the passage. Inference questions require careful reading of both the passage and the answer choices. The right answer is usually a clever paraphrase of information in the passage. Because these questions can be very tricky, you may want to do them during your second pass. 7. Cracking the reading section. 235. Question type number 11. Summary questions. The final question type on the TOEFL is the summary question. These questions are typically worth 2 points and require you to find multiple correct answers. Here's an example of one. 15. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor ideas in the passage. This question is worth 2 points. Animals in the phylum called arthropods have shells or exoskeletons with distinctive characteristics. Answer choices. Insects, spiders, shrimp, crabs, and centipedes are all arthropods. The chitin in the exoskeleton is similar in chemical composition to the cellulose in wood. The shell has 3 layers that protect an arthropod from injury and water loss. Because the shell is hard, it must be discarded and replaced as the arthropod grows. The hyaline in a scorpion's shell glows under black light because it is excited by ultraviolet radiation. The large surface area of the shell makes possible a high number of muscles in a variety of adaptive colorations. For this type of question, you will click and drag answer choices to add them to the summary. Fortunately, these questions always show up at the end of the section, so by the time you attack a summary question, you should have a pretty good idea of the passage's main points. 236. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Your main task for this question is to separate details from main ideas. Use your understanding of the structure of a passage to figure out which choice is a detail and which choice is a main point. In general, details will appear in the middle of paragraphs and are often mentioned only once. Main ideas will appear at the beginning or end of paragraphs and show up throughout the passage. Let's go through each choice and decide if it's a detail or a main idea. The first choice is as follows. Insects, spiders, shrimp, crabs, and centipedes are all arthropods. Is this one of the main ideas of the passage? It's certainly mentioned in the first paragraph, but what is the majority of the passage about? If you said the exoskeleton, you are correct. Our answers should be about the exoskeleton, so let's eliminate this choice. Here's the second choice. The shell has 3 layers that protect an arthropod from injury and water loss. This choice is more in line with what we need. The passage described the shell, and this answer summarizes the structure of the shell. Let's add it to our summary. Oh, the shell has 3 layers that protect an arthropod from injury and water loss. Oh, the next choice says, the hyaline in a scorpion's shell glows under black light because it is excited by ultraviolet radiation. Is this a main idea or a detail? Where does this fact appear in the passage? Notice how it shows up in a paragraph about the benefits of the shell. That means that this fact is likely just an example of a benefit. The passage even uses the phrase, for instance, when discussing this fact. Plus, the entire passage is not about scorpions. Thus, it's a detail, not a main idea. 7. Cracking the reading section. 237. Here's the next choice. The chitin in the exoskeleton is similar in chemical composition to the cellulose in wood. Although it does talk about the exoskeleton, this choice provides a very specific detail about the chitin. We're looking for a more general description. Let's look at the other choices and see if they are better answers. The next choice reads, because the shell is hard, it must be discarded and replaced as the arthropod grows. This choice talks about the shell as well. It gives a good summary of the final paragraph of the passage, which talked about the disadvantages of the exoskeleton. Because the entire passage gave information on the benefits and disadvantages of the exoskeleton, we should add this choice to our list. O. The shell has 3 layers that protect an arthropod from injury and water loss. O. Because the shell is hard, it must be discarded and replaced as the arthropod grows. O. Here's our final option. The large surface area of the shell makes possible a high number of muscles in a variety of adaptive colorations. This choice is also part of the main idea. Notice how it differs from the previous choice about the scorpion's markings. This choice mentions 2 benefits, not just one. And it doesn't mention just one type of arthropod. Therefore, it belongs in the summary. 238I cracking the TOEFL IBT. Here are our final choices. O. The shell has 3 layers that protect an arthropod from injury and water loss. O. Because the shell is hard, it must be discarded and replaced as the arthropod grows. O. The large surface area of the shell makes possible a high number of muscles in a variety of adaptive colorations. Notice how this summary matches the summaries we practiced in core concept, reading. We've mentioned each of the important points from the topic sentences of the passage. Strategies for summary questions. For these questions, eliminate answers that don't show up as key points during your initial reading of the passage. Use the structure of the passage to help eliminate answers. Remove choices that are too specific. Watch out for choices that contain specific facts or details. Make sure you don't include examples. Remember, examples only support the main point. They don't state it. Not mentioned. Make sure the information in the choice is actually found in the passage. Some answer choices are cleverly worded to distract you. These questions can be very difficult, but if you've been practicing the active reading strategies in this book, they should be much easier. Still, save these questions for last. 7. Cracking the reading section. 239 Reading summary. Congratulations! You've just cracked an entire section of the TOEFL. Before we give you a drill to practice your new skills, let's review some of the key ideas from this chapter. Basic ideas. O. It's in there. No matter how difficult the question may seem, remember that the answer is somewhere in the passage. O. 2 Pass system. Not all questions are created equal. Do all the questions that you find easier first, and save the killer questions for last. This system is what we call your personal order of difficulty, wherein you get to choose to tackle the questions that feel the easiest to you first and tally those points, then come back around for the more challenging questions. O. Sometimes it's easier to find the wrong answer than the right answer. Make sure you know the PO guidelines for the test. The approach. O. Actively read the passage, looking for the purpose, structure, and main idea. O. Attack the questions based on question type. O. Find the answer to the question in the passage. O. Use PO to eliminate bad answers. Timing tips. O. For the first few passages, time yourself to see how long it takes you to complete the passage. O. Once you have a good idea of how long it takes you, time yourself to work a little bit faster each time. O. Try to maintain your accuracy. Reading personal order of difficulty. POOD. O. Which question types do you feel most confident about? O. Which questions have you determined aren't worth your investment of time on test day? O. Which letter will you choose as your letter of the day on all questions you determine aren't worth your time? ABCD Chapter 8 Reading Practice Drills. Here are some practice reading passages. Remember to use the 2-pass approach you just learned in the previous chapter. At this point, don't worry about time, just focus on getting the right answers and understanding the process. After you've completed these drills, be sure to read through the explanations of the right and wrong answers in the next chapter. Reading practice drill number 1. Impeachment. Under the Constitution, the House of Representatives has the power to impeach a government official, in effect serving as prosecutor. The Senate then holds the impeachment trial, essentially serving as jury and judge, except in the impeachment of a president when the Chief Justice presides. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States are subject to impeachment. 5. Conviction means automatic removal from office. The concept of impeachment originated in England and was adopted by many of the American colonial governments and state constitutions. At the Constitutional Convention, the framers considered several possible models before deciding that the Senate should try impeachments. 10 Since 1789, only 17 federal officers have been impeached by the House, 14 of which were tried by the Senate. 3 were dismissed before trial because the individual had left office, 7 ended in acquittal and 7 in conviction. All of those convicted were federal judges. Impeachment is a very serious affair. It is perhaps the most awesome power of Congress, the 15th ultimate weapon it wields against officials of the federal government. The House of Representatives is the prosecutor. The Senate chamber is the courtroom. The Senate is the jury and also the judge, except in the case of a presidential impeachment trial when the Chief Justice presides. The final penalty is removal from office. There is no appeal. 20 to so grave is this power of impeachment, and so conscious is the Congress of this solemn power, that impeachment proceedings have been initiated in the House only 62 times since 1789. Only 17 federal officers have been impeached. 2 presidents, 1 cabinet officer, 1 senator and 13 federal judges. 16 cases have reached the Senate. Of these, 2 were dismissed before trial because the individuals had left office, 7 ended in acquittal, and 7 in 25 conviction. Each of the 7 Senate convictions has involved a federal judge. The American colonial governments and early state constitutions followed the British pattern of trial before the upper legislative body on charges brought by the lower house. Despite these precedents, a major controversy arose at the Constitutional Convention about whether the Senate should act 30 as the court of impeachment. Opposing that role for the Senate, James Madison and Charles Cotesworth Pinckney asserted that it would make the president too dependent on the legislative branch. They suggested, as alternative trial bodies, the Supreme Court or the Chief Justices of the state Supreme Courts. Hamilton and others argued, however, that such bodies would be too small and susceptible to corruption. In the end, after much wrangling, the framers selected the Senate as 35 the trial forum. There was also considerable debate at the convention in Philadelphia over the definition of impeachable crimes. In the original proposals, the president was to be removed on impeachment and conviction, for mal or corrupt conduct, or for malpractice or neglect of duty. Later, the 40 wording was changed to treason, bribery, or corruption, then to treason or bribery alone. A final revision defined impeachable crimes as treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In the Constitution, the House is given the sole power of impeachment. To the Senate is given the sole power to try all impeachments. Impeachments may be brought against the President, 45 Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States. Conviction is automatically followed by removal from office. 244 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. While the framers very clearly envisaged the occasional necessity of initiating impeachment proceedings, they put in place only a very general framework. They left many questions open, 50 to differences of opinion and many details to be filled in. Despite the open-endedness, as Peter Charles Hoffer and N.E.H. Hull note in their book Impeachment in America 1635-1805, thanks to the framers, a tool used in Parliament to curb kings and punish placemen was molded into an efficient legislative check upon executive and judicial wrongdoing. The power of the English House of Commons to impeach anyone, for almost any alleged offense, was restrained. The threat of death 55 and forfeiture upon conviction was lifted. And the interference of the Commons and the House of Lords with the regular courts of justice was limited. American impeachment law shifted, at first inadvertently and then deliberately, from the orbit of English precedent to a native Republican course. Federal constitutional provisions for impeachment reflected indigenous experience and revolutionary tenets instead of English tradition. 1. The word power in the passage is closest in meaning to a. Motivation b. Desire circa. Bearing d. Authority. 2. According to paragraph 3, what 3 roles do the House of Representatives and Senate play in the impeachment process? A. Government official, jury, judge b. Prosecutor, jury, judge circa. President, prosecutor, judge d. Civil officers, jury, prosecutor. Paragraph 3 is marked with an arrow. 3. In paragraph 2, the author explains that the idea of impeachment began a. At the Constitutional Convention b. In 1789 circa. In England d. In colonial governments. Paragraph 2 is marked with an arrow. 8. Reading practice drills J 245-4. What can be inferred from paragraph 2 about the decision to impeach a government official? A. The decision made in the Senate b. Impeachment results in removal from office circa. Impeachment occurs often d. Impeachment rarely occurs. Paragraph 2 is marked with an arrow. 5. The word wields in the passage is closest in meaning to a. Uses b. Maintains circa. Formulates d. Shapes. 6. In paragraph 3, the author explains that during the impeachment of a president, a. Chief Justice presides b. The Senate presides circa. The House of Representatives presides d. Congress presides. Paragraph 3 is marked with an arrow. 7. According to paragraph 4, how many impeachment proceedings have been initiated since 1789? A. 17b. 2 circa. 62d. 16. Paragraph 4 is marked with an arrow. 246I cracking the TOEFL IBT 8. The word precedence in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Charges. B. Statutes circa. Examples. D. Claims. 9. According to the passage, the impeachment process incorporates A. The House of Representatives and the Senate. B. The Senate and the President circa. A Chief Justice in the House of Representatives. D. A Chief Justice in the Senate. 10. Which of the sentences below best expresses the essential information in the highlighted sentence in the passage? Incorrect choices change the meaning in important ways or leave out essential information. There was also considerable debate at the convention in Philadelphia over the definition of impeachable crimes. A. Philadelphians debated considerably over the definition of impeachable crimes. B. Formidable debate occurred at the convention in Philadelphia concerning the meaning of impeachable crimes. C. Impeachable crimes were debated at the convention in Philadelphia. D. The classification of impeachable crimes was a significant debate at the Philadelphia Convention. 11. All of the following are mentioned as part of the final definition of impeachment except A. Corruption. B. Misdemeanors circa. Bribery. D. Treason. 12. The word initiating in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Concluding. B. Starting circa. Deciding. D. Forming. 8. Reading practice drills 247-13. Look at the 4 squares filled square that indicate where the following sentence could be added to the passage. Consequently, the American version of impeachment was clearly quite different than the English version upon which it was based. Where would the sentence best fit? Click on a square filled square to add the sentence to the passage. 14. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor ideas in the passage. The power of impeachment was initiated during the Constitutional Convention as a means to try government officials who do not act according to the law. Answer choices. 62 trials of impeachment have occurred since 1789. The impeachment process is initially brought forth by the House of Representatives, and it is tried before the Senate. A Chief Justice presides over the hearing of presidential impeachment, and this is the only instance in which the Senate is not the judge. If a government official is convicted subsequent to impeachment, he/she is automatically removed from office. The power to impeach is taken very seriously by Congress, and very few government officials have been impeached. The definition of impeachable crimes was an important component of the Constitutional Convention. Nevertheless, the language defining remains decidedly vague. 248 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Reading Practice Drill Number 2. Fire tornadoes. Fire tornadoes, also known as fire whirls, firenadoes, or fire twisters, look like tornadoes but are made up of fire. Therefore, they aren't really tornadoes at all. Tornadoes are formed when just the right weather elements combine: moist, warm air lying close to the ground, an unstable atmosphere, and air fronts that collide and propel moist air vertically into the sky. 5. A fire tornado has 2 parts: the core, which is actually on fire, and an invisible, rotating air pocket. It can reach temperatures of nearly 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to even reignite ashes that have been sucked into the vortex from the ground. While real tornadoes occur as a result of atmospheric conditions high above, fire tornadoes result from hot, dry air rising quickly away from the ground. 10. When hot, strong winds come into contact with an already burning brush fire, updrafts of hot air catch the fire and surrounding winds and send it whirling into the air. This whirling air forms columns. As more and more hot air is pulled into a column, the column begins to swirl, very much like a real tornado. 15. A fire twister spinning column creates a vortex thanks to angular momentum. The law of angular momentum states that when an object is inside a spinning column, it will move faster and faster the closer it gets to the center of rotation. The fire tornado picks up flaming embers, combustible gases, burning debris, and ash. When sucked up by the firenado, unburned gases travel up the core until they reach an area where there is enough oxygen to ignite them. This ultimately creates a spinning 20 fire tower that can be hundreds of feet tall. While fire whirls move pretty slowly, they can cause significant damage. Anything, or anyone, unfortunate enough to be in a fire whirl's path will likely either be set ablaze or flung vigorously from its location. But it's not just the fire that's dangerous. The winds it generates can create 25 wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour, which is strong enough to knock down trees. Fire whirls also typically don't last very long, but when they do they can wreak havoc and leave disaster in their wakes. There have been numerous major firenadoes in the last 150 years, many of which have proved 30 lethal. In 1871, the Great Peshtigo Fire in northeastern Wisconsin and upper Michigan resulted from inauspicious conditions, dry weather during the summer, slash-and-burn farming practices, and a vigorous cold front that brought strong winds. Together, these three contributing factors created firenadoes that turned a few small prairie fires into a furious conflagration. The town of Peshtigo, with hundreds of wooden structures and lumberyards, sat in the middle of a forest of pine and hardwood. 35 When the fire reached the town, it found abundant fuel. In just minutes, 100-mile-per-hour winds and ambient temperatures of more than 700 degrees Fahrenheit caused what is still recognized as the worst fire disaster in the history of the United States. As best as anyone could tell, nearly 2,000 people lost their lives. More recently, a fire twister was recorded in January 2003 on Mount Taylor in Canberra, Australia. It 40 had a diameter of almost 1,600 feet and winds of more than 160 miles per hour. In April 2016, a fire tornado nearly claimed the life of a firefighter in Alberta, Canada. His team was fighting a blaze that started as an out-of-control campfire. The firefighter's teammate yelled at him to watch out. Without thinking, he jumped in the nearby river, saving his own life. 8. Reading practice drills 249-45 Unfortunately, we still don't know much about fire twisters. Because they can arise in any part of a fire, there is no way to predict where one might appear. And because they don't usually last very long, it's reasonable to consider that even firefighters can't identify where a fire twister has touched ground. Even with that information, we would still be left with the question of whether the fire caused the vortex or whether the vortex was helped by the fire. Perhaps someday we'll find out. 1. It can be inferred from paragraph 1 of the passage that fire tornadoes A. Are truly tornadoes. B. Form easily. Circa. Look like tornadoes. D. Result only from an unstable atmosphere. Paragraph 1 is marked with an arrow. 2. The word whirling in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Spinning. B. Working. Circa. Flying. D. Jumping. 3. The word it in the passage refers to A. The fire. B. The air pocket. Circa. The fire tornado. D. The ashes. 4. The word reignite in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Remove. B. Char. Circa. Quench. D. Light again. 5. Which of the following is not mentioned as a characteristic of a fire tornado? A. Column. B. Core. Circa. Air pocket. D. Angular momentum. 250 Cracking the TOEFL IBT 6. The word vortex in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Spinning. Column. B. Angular momentum. Circa. Unburned gases. D. Center of rotation. 7. Which of the following is an example of angular momentum? A. A runner running faster the further she runs. B. A tennis player hitting harder earlier in the game. Circa. An ice skater spinning faster as she pulls her arms into her body. D. A swimmer swimming faster at a higher altitude. 8. The phrase flung vigorously in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Burned quickly. B. Moved slowly. Circa. Thrown forcefully. D. Tossed gently. 9. The author implies that A. Fire whirls don't move quickly. B. Fire whirls don't cause damage. Circa. Fire whirls can't knock down trees. D. Fire whirls can last for days. 10. The phrase wreak havoc in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Start sizable fires. B. Last forever. Circa. Move quickly. D. Cause significant damage. 11. According to paragraph 5 of the passage, firenadoes A. Have happened more than once. B. Have never been documented. Circa. First occurred in Peshtigo. D. Are always lethal. Paragraph 5 is marked with an arrow. 8. Reading practice drills 251-12. The word inauspicious in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Lucky. B. Fortunate. Circa. Unlucky. D. Dangerous. 13. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor ideas in the passage. This question is worth 2 points. A firenado is one example of a natural phenomenon that is as uncommon as it is dangerous. Answer choices. Firenados require a unique combination of conditions in order to occur. A firefighter escaped a firenado by jumping in a river. Firenados suck up ashes and gases into their core. Scientists don't know much about firenados because it is hard to predict where or when they will occur. Firenados can cause significant damage. The firenado in Peshtigo was the first fire nado on record. 252 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Reading Practice Drill Number 3. Periodical cicadas. To certain cicadas spend most of their lives about 2 feet underground, feeding on fluids from the roots of trees in forests across the eastern United States. These particular species, called periodical cicadas, are developmentally synchronized, meaning they develop into adults all at the same time. There are 7 distinct species of periodical cicadas, 4 of which have 13-year life cycles and 3 of which have 17-year life cycles. After the respective 13 or 17 years of subterranean lifestyle, the almost mature cicada nymphs emerge at a given place and time in astounding numbers, as many as 1.5 million cicadas per acre. The nymphs wait for a spring evening when the soil temperature about 8 inches below the surface is above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. For the 4 13-year cycle species, which tend to be further to the south and west of the eastern United States, this may be as early 10 as late April or early May. But for the 3 17-year cycle species, which are generally found more toward the northern end of the eastern United States, this may not happen until late May or early June. Once they emerge, they have only about 4 to 6 weeks to live. First, they find a new home on plants 15 near their emergence location where they complete their transition into full adult cicadas. Next, they molt a final time and then remain in the leaves, where they are protected from most predators, to wait for their exoskeletons to completely harden. Within 2 months of their emergence, they have laid their eggs and their life cycle has been completed. Once the mature cicadas die, there will be no more cicadas of that brood for another 13 or 17 years. 20 periodical cicadas are divided into groups called broods. These broods are based on the calendar year in which they emerge. In 1898, entomologist C.L. Marlett identified as many as 30 broods, although not all of them have actually been observed since then. He identified 17 broods with a 17-year life cycle and 13 broods with a 13-year life cycle. Brood V, for example, has a 17-year life cycle. 25 It is typically found in eastern Ohio, western Maryland, southwestern Pennsylvania, northwestern Virginia, and West Virginia. Brood V's last emergence was 2017, so it will emerge again in 2034. Adult periodical cicadas are small, roughly 1 inch long, with males growing slightly larger than females. Cicadas do not have specific defense mechanisms. While their mouths are designed to pierce plants and suck out the plant's sap, they don't bite or sting. Their sole purpose during their adult lives is to reproduce. Male cicadas form aggregations, or choruses, and sing a mating song that is specific to their species in order to attract females to mate. They don't create sound with vocal cords, like humans do, though. Instead, they produce sounds with their tymbals, corrugated exoskeletal structures that are specifically used to produce sounds. On the 35 male cicada, the pair of tymbals is located on the sides of the abdomen. The membranes across the ribs of the tymbal vibrate quickly, and the cicada's body functions like a resonance chamber and magnifies the sound. The cicadas can adjust the volume of their sound by turning their bodies in different directions. 40 periodical cicada populations grow to astounding numbers, not only because the only purpose of their adult lives is to reproduce, but also because they tend to escape natural population control by predators. Because they emerge only once every 13 or 17 years, predators cannot rely upon them as a regular part of the food cycle. As a result, when the cicadas do become prey, their predators can seemingly eat their fill without making a significant impact on 45 the cicada population. 8. Reading practice drills. 253 periodical cicadas are fascinating creatures, largely because they don't play a regular role in their environment's ecosystems. In fact, they are so fascinating that scientists named their genus Magicicada. Most interesting, though, is how they keep track of time and know when 13 or 17 years 50 have passed. Alas, researchers don't actually know how they do it, other than knowing that it's some kind of molecular clock. The insects themselves make for difficult research, since researchers have to wait at least 13 years for a brood to re-emerge. 1. The word subterranean in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Life cycle. B. Underground. Circa. Species. D. Cicadas. 2. The word nymphs in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Immature cicadas. B. Different species. Circa. Roots of trees. D. Water creatures. 3. The word this in the passage refers to A. Periodical cicadas. B. Astounding numbers. Circa. Southeastern United States. D. Ground temperature of 64 degrees Fahrenheit. 4. According to paragraph 1, periodical cicadas can be found A. Around the world. B. Throughout the Western Hemisphere. Circa. Across the eastern United States. D. In the southeastern United States. Paragraph 1 is marked with an arrow. 5. The word they in the passage refers to A. Southeastern United States. B. Periodical cicadas. Circa. Plants. D. Predators. 254. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 6. The cicadas are organized into broods according to A. The year in which they emerge. B. The length of their life cycle. Circa. The length of their development cycle. D. Marlot's preferences. 7. The word magnifies in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Makes louder. B. Produces. Circa. Makes worse. D. Degrades. 8. Click on the sentence in bold text in the passage and repeat it below, in the passage where the author describes how periodical cicadas attract mates. A. Their sole purpose during their adult lives is to reproduce. B. Male cicadas form aggregations, or choruses, and sing a mating song that is specific to their species in order to attract females to mate. C. On the male cicada, the pair of tymbals is located on the sides of the abdomen. D. Periodical cicada populations grow to astounding numbers, not only because the only purpose of their adult lives is to reproduce, but also because they tend to escape natural population control by predators. 9. The word there in the passage refers to A. Broods. B. Cicada populations. Circa. Cicada predators. D. Cicada prey. 8. Reading practice drills 255-10. Look at the 4 squares filled square that indicate where the following sentence can be added to the passage. This phenomenon is known as predator satiation, a situation in which prey occur at an incredibly high population that the probability of an individual organism being eaten is drastically reduced. Where would the sentence best fit? Click on a square filled square to add the sentence to the passage. Here, on this practice test, circle your answer below. A. Square 1. B. Square 2. Circa. Square 3. D. Square 4. 11. How do periodical cicadas know when to emerge? A. They have calendars. B. They can track the seasons. C. They have a molecular clock. D. Scientists don't have any ideas. 256. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 12. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor ideas in the passage. This question is worth 2 points. Periodical cicadas are unique creatures because of their unusual life cycles and their lack of significant predators. Answer choices. Periodical cicadas have a significant maturation process, emerging only when they are almost ready to lay eggs. 4 species have 13-year life cycles. Periodical cicadas do not have many natural predators because their adult lifespan is so short. Once periodical cicadas emerge, they live only 4 to 6 weeks. Periodical cicadas use their tymbals to make sounds during mating. The soil temperature must be 64 degrees Fahrenheit before the periodical cicadas will emerge. 8. Reading practice drills 257. Reading practice drill number 4. Mandala art. Mandala is a Sanskrit word meaning circle. While it originated as a spiritual symbol in many Indian religions, the mandala has come to be known generically as a term for any diagram, chart, or geometric pattern that is intended to symbolically or metaphorically represent the cosmos. The typical circle with a center pattern represents the foundational structure of life and creation. This 5 pattern is found in many places in our world, including biology, geology, physics, astronomy, and chemistry. For example, even atoms are circular in nature, with evenly balanced protons, neutrons, and electrons. Every cell has a nucleus, which also has a circle at the center. Even the Milky Way galaxy is circular, with our circular solar system within it. One could argue that each of these is a mandala in and of itself. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, held that a mandala is the psychological expression of the totality of the self. He sketched a small circular drawing every morning, and felt that whatever came to life in his mandala corresponded to his inner experience at the time. He believed that he could track his internal transformations by looking at the differences in his drawings. 15. Fundamentally, Jung believed that if humans could harness the power of their subconscious, or, as he called it, the self, then they could grow toward fulfilling their potential for wholeness and live fully expressed lives. He found that during periods of significant trial and tribulation many of his clients felt compelled to create mandalas. He found that people felt drawn to drawing or painting mandalas simply because it felt right to do so. It seemed that they instinctively turned to creating a 20 mandala as a way to express their experience. Registered. Why might humans have this instinct? Research into the fields of psychology and child development may shed some light on the subject. It would seem that circles are part of the basic creation of a personal identity. Studies conducted with babies show that as early as 1 week old, infants 25 prefer to look at curved lines rather than straight lines. Additional research shows that 2-month-old infants can discern shapes that look like faces from scrambled patterns. Psychologically, it is believed that simple, closed forms, like circles, are identified more quickly and recognized as meaningful, known, and familiar. Even the shape of an eye is spherical. Simply put, it's a 3-dimensional circle, and our field of vision is thus also circular. 30 circles also appear very early in children's art. What begins as random scribbling progresses into drawing circles as early as age 2. By 3 or 4 years old, their drawings become more intricate, and without any input from adults they begin drawing suns, flowers, and people whose arms and legs connect to large circular heads. 35 As adults, when we draw circles, in particular, mandalas, we connect with our inner child. Some might say that we connect with our primary sense of self. Researchers believe that mandalas give us a bridge to our home base, allowing us to recreate our sense of who we are. Professionals also believe that mandalas help us center psychologically, and they are still used in 40 psychotherapy practice. Drawing a mandala is an organic process. What's most important is the process itself, not the final product. It may include flowers, shapes, lines, or totally abstract designs. Many therapists believe, as Jung did, that whatever emerges in a mandala matches whatever may be going on in the artist's life. Further, if the artist allows their unconscious to come out through the mandala, psychologists believe he or she can align their conscious 45 actions and decisions accordingly. 258 Cracking the TOEFL IBT1. The word it in the passage refers to a. Sanskrit b. Mandala circa, circle d. Symbol. 2. Atoms, cells, and the Milky Way are mentioned as examples of a. Circles in nature b. Patterns circa, symbols d. The cosmos. 3. The word held in the passage is closest in meaning to a. Kept in hand b. Occupied circa, believed d. Guarded. 4. The phrase trial and tribulation in the passage is closest in meaning to a. Ease b. Difficulty circa, fun d. Happiness. 5. Look at the 4 squares filled square that indicate where the following sentence can be added to the passage. Based on this belief and his recognition of his own internal evolution through the use of mandalas, he began to use them as a tool in his psychology practice. Where would the sentence best fit? Click on a square filled square to add the sentence to the passage. Here, on this practice test, circle your answer below. A. Square 1b. Square 2 circa. Square 3d. Square 4. 8. Reading practice drills 259-6. What kinds of shapes are recognized more easily by the human eye? A. Circles b. Straight lines circa. Squares d. Squiggly lines. 7. The word there in the passage refers to a. Jung b. Jung's clients circa. Children d. Adults. 8. By what age do children begin drawing more detailed and representative pictures? A. 1 week b. 1 year circa. 2 years d. 3 to 4 years. 9. Click on the sentence in bold text in the passage and repeat it below, in the passage where the author describes how drawing a mandala allows an adult to re-establish a connection with her subconscious. A. By 3 or 4 years old, their drawings become more intricate, and without any input from adults they begin drawing suns, flowers, and people whose arms and legs connect to large circular heads. B. Researchers believe that mandalas give us a bridge to our home base, allowing us to recreate our sense of who we are. C. It may include flowers, shapes, lines, or totally abstract designs. D. Many therapists believe, as Jung did, that whatever emerges in a mandala matches whatever may be going on in the artist's life. Further, if the artist allows their unconscious to come out through the mandala, psychologists believe he or she can align their conscious actions and decisions accordingly. 10. The word they in the passage refers to A. Jung's clients. B. People in general. Circa. Psychiatric patients. D. Mandalas. 260. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 11. Which of the following is not mentioned in the passage? A. The origin of the word, mandala. B. Examples of mandalas in nature. Circa. Scientists who value mandalas. D. Friends of people who draw mandalas. 12. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor ideas in the passage. This question is worth 2 points. Mandala art has ancient roots and can play a therapeutic role for humans. Answer choices. The term, mandala, comes from an ancient language and has been passed on for generations. Many ancient traditions and religions used mandalas in their ceremonies. Children learn to draw circles before they learn to draw any other shapes. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, found value in using mandalas with his patients. Circles appear in artwork of peoples around the world. Our solar system is a mandala. 8. Reading practice drills. 261. Reading practice drill number 5. The Olympics. What we call the Olympics, considered the world's premier sports competition, are actually inspired by the ancient Olympic Games. These ancient games were a series of athletic competitions that took place in Olympia, Greece, sometime between the 8th century B.C. E. and the 4th century circa E. Free-born, Greek-speaking, male representatives from city-states across Greece gathered 5 every 4 years to take part in various running, throwing, jumping, and chariot riding competitions. While the competitions always took place in Olympia, athletes from any city-state or kingdom could compete. They simply had to meet the entrance criteria. Originally, the men wore loincloths during competitions. As time went on, they eventually competed in the nude, in part because the Olympics were a time to recognize and celebrate the strength of the human body. Because the men competed totally nude, though, married women were expressly forbidden to watch, under penalty of death. Initially, the ancient Olympic Games took place for only 1 day, but as events were added the festival ultimately grew to 5 days. The initial competition was called the Stadion, which was a 15 fairly short sprint of somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 meters, or the length of 1 stadium. The second race added sometime later was called the Dialos, which was the length of 1 lap of the stadium, or about 400 meters. A few years after the advent of the Dialos, the Dalachos was added to the races. It was somewhere between 18 and 24 laps around the stadium, roughly 3 miles total. 20. Not surprisingly, the games also took on political importance, and were used by city-states to establish their dominance over other city-states. City-states maintained an often tenuous balance with each other. The dichotomy between needing each other for political and military alliances while simultaneously competing for limited geographical resources resulted in a frequently conflicted 25 political environment. The games, therefore, created an opportunity for the city-states to compete peacefully. In fact, these peaceful competitions led politicians to work together to create alliances, much like they do today. The games didn't only involve athletic pursuits, though. Sculptors, poets, and other artists would gather for competitions and showcase their wares to passers-by, hoping to turn them into patrons. Sculptors liked to highlight the natural body, its muscles, and the way it moved. Poets, too, wanted to honor the athletes and so wrote songs in praise of the victors. These songs often lived on for generations. The games also had religious importance. They are thought to have first been held in honor of Zeus, and his statue at Olympia was long regarded as one of the 7 wonders of the 35 ancient world. The sporting events were frequently accompanied by religious sacrifices to Zeus and other gods, too. Just as historians debate when the first Olympic Games were held, it is unclear why the ancient Greek Olympic Games came to a halt. Some believe that Roman Emperor Theodosius I, in an effort to spread Christianity, decreed that all pagan rituals and cults be eliminated. Others believe that his successor, Theodosius II, later demanded the destruction of all Greek temples, leaving the Olympics with nowhere to take place. Sometime in the 17th century, interest in the games sprang up anew in several locations. The 45 first stirring of interest came up in England, and then France about 100 years later. Within another 100 years, in the early to mid-1800s, renewed interest surfaced in Greece, when 262 cracking the TOEFL IBT. The Greek War of Independence emancipated the country from Ottoman rule in 1821. Greek-Romanian philanthropist Evangelos Zappas wrote to King Otto of Greece in 1856 and offered to fully underwrite a revival of the Games. In fact, the first modern games that took place under the 50 governance of the International Olympic Committee (IOC) took place in that very same stadium in Greece. During these games, 241 athletes from 14 nations competed in 43 events. Today's Olympics have come a long way from their humble origins. More than 200 countries send a cumulative 13,000 or more athletes to compete in 400 events spread across 33 different sports. 1. The word premier in the passage is closest in meaning to A. First B. Leading circa, only D. Chief officer. 2. The author states that today's games were modeled after ancient Olympic games that A. Started sometime around the 4th century B. C. E. B. Ended sometime in the 8th century circa E. C. Took place in Olympia, Greece D. Were open to men and women of all ages and backgrounds. 3. The word they in the first paragraph of the passage refers to A. Male athletes B. Loincloths circa, competitions D. Married women. 4. The word expressly in the passage most nearly means A. Quickly B. Explicitly circa, took place in Olympia, Greece D. Emotionally. 5. The word ultimately in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Best B. Most respected circa, fundamentally D. Eventually. 8. Reading practice drills 263-6. According to the passage, the ancient games gave city-states the opportunity to A. Compete peacefully B. Form military alliances circa. Create political agreements D. Challenge other city-states for natural resources. 7. The word they in the third paragraph of the passage refers to A. City-states B. Politicians circa. The games D. Competitions. 8. The word patrons in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Athletes B. Artists circa. Competitors D. Buyers. 9. According to paragraph 5, historians are unsure about A. Where the first ancient games took place B. The role the ancient games played in politics circa. Why the ancient games came to an end D. Who took part in ancient games. Paragraph 5 is marked with an arrow. 10. Look at the 4 squares filled square that indicate where the following sentence could be added to the passage. He also paid for the entire restoration of the Panathenaic Stadium so it could be used to host future games. Where would the sentence best fit? Click on a square filled square to add the sentence to the passage. Here, on this practice test, circle your answer below. A. Square 1b, square 2 circa, square 3d, square 4. 264 cracking the TOEFL IBT 11. The word successor in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Someone who came before B. Someone who came after circa. Someone who was a contemporary D. Someone who competed. 12. The word emancipated in the passage most nearly means A. Freed from B. Subjected to circa. Proclaimed aloud D. Began again. 13. The word there refers to A. Ancient games B. Modern games circa. Ancient athletes D. Modern athletes. 14. Directions. Select the appropriate phrases from the answer choices and match them to the games they describe. 2 of the answer choices will not be used. This question is worth 4 points. Answer choices. Interest began in London. Had few competitions. Women couldn't watch. Elite sports competition. Mandatory drug testing. Ancient games. Modern games. Held in honor of gods. Attended by artists. Inspired by other games. Were paid for by a philanthropist. Take place all over the world. 8. Reading practice drills 265. Reading practice drill number 6. The formation of the Rocky Mountains. greater than the Rocky Mountains of North America, extend 5,000 kilometers from New Mexico all the way up through Canada. Elevations along the range are about 1,500 meters along the lower plains to 4,399 meters at the highest peak, and widths range from 120 to 650 kilometers. The natural beauty, abundant wildlife, and fresh water of the ranges have attracted human inhabitants for the last 10,000 to 12,000 years. The history of the Rocky Mountains begins in the Precambrian era, a half-billion years ago. While this is long before the Rocky Mountains themselves began forming, their hardcore rocks, consisting of granites, schists, gneisses, quartzites, and slates, were produced in ancient ranges. Erosion eventually leveled these mountain ranges, and during the Paleozoic and Mesozoic eras, about 75 to 540 million years ago, the ocean invaded the land and deposited sediments some 20,000 feet deep. They included layers of sandstones, shales, and limestones. At the close of the Mesozoic era, during the Cretaceous period about 75 million years ago, the 15 growth of the Rockies began. There was a tremendous squeezing that uplifted the region in a great series of folds, like wrinkles in a carpet. After the arching, erosion carved away at the mountains. Some 10,000 feet of sedimentary rock were washed off the top of the arch, exposing the hard rock core. The erosional resistance of these hard, crystalline rocks led to the formation of the high peaks that still exist today. On the flanks of the core the sedimentary beds sloped outward. Great quantities of sand and clay were spread out on the bordering plains and plateaus. This was only one of the cycles of upheaval and erosion that occurred in the region. Near the end of the Eocene period, about 40 million years ago, the Rockies again rose several thousand feet. Volcanoes erupted, most extensively in the Yellowstone Plateau in the Upsaroka 25 range. As the mountains were formed, streams eroded their sides, and thousands of feet of sediment spread out on plains and plateaus. Just before the Pleistocene period, about 1 million years ago, the region again uplifted. Streams flowed faster and began to cut canyons, and rivers ate deep gorges through the ranges. The most recent geological event of note was the Ice Age, during the Pleistocene epoch, 1 million to 10,000 years ago. The high peaks of the Sangre de 30 Cristo Mountains supported numerous small glaciers and snows accumulated on the sides of the mountains. These glaciers carved a typical collection of alpine landforms, such as cirques, horns, arêtes, and cols. Lower down in the glaciated valleys, various kinds of till and stratified sediments accumulated to form moraines. Most of the glacial deposits and landforms present today date from the last glacial phase, known in the Rocky Mountains as the Pinedale Glaciation or Pinedale Stage. 35 During this stage, over 90% of the Yellowstone National Park was covered in ice. The glaciated terrains formed in this era are among the most picturesque in the high alpine Rockies today, as glaciers formed and moved down the valleys, thereby further eroding the mountains into bold and dramatic forms. 40 There was even a Little Ice Age, from about 1550 to 1860, a few centuries of glacial advance, that made its mark on the mountains recently. For example, the Agassiz and Jackson glaciers in Glacier National Park reached their most forward positions by around 1860. The incessant sculpturing of the Rockies by rain, wind, and ice continues even today. 266 Cracking the TOEFL IBT1. The purpose of paragraph 1 is to demonstrate that a. The Rocky Mountains have not been fully explored until recently. b. Most of the Rocky Mountains are not very high. Circa. There are many types of mountains in the Rocky Mountains. c. Human inhabitants are destroying the natural beauty of the Rocky Mountains. Paragraph 1 is marked with an arrow. 2. The word they in the passage refers to a. Sediments. b. Eras. Circa. Years. d. Mountain ranges. 3. According to the passage, all of the following types of rock would be found at the core of the Rocky Mountains except a. Gneiss. b. Circa. Slate. d. Granite. 4. What happened when oceans covered the Rocky Mountain region? a. The mountains were washed away. b. Quartzite rocks were formed. c. Erosion shifted the rocks. d. Deep sediment covered the land. 5. The phrase only one of implies that the process just described in the passage. a. Was completely unique. b. Was a single example among many. Circa. Was the most dramatic one. d. Was like a wrinkle in the carpet. 6. The word ate in the passage is closest in meaning to a. Raised. b. Buried. Circa. Erased. d. Dug. 8. Reading practice drills 267-7. The upward growth of the Rocky Mountains began to occur for the first time during which period? A. Precambrian. B. Paleozoic circa Eocene. D. Cretaceous. 8. The plains and plateaus that surround the Rocky Mountains were covered with A. Material washed down from the mountains. B. Hardcore rocks such as slate circa densely packed volcanic deposits. D. Soil rich in organic matter. 9. The passage indicates that some of the most dramatic-looking parts of the Rocky Mountains were formed by A. Volcanic eruptions. B. Rivers circa glaciers. D. The ocean. 10. Which of the following best describes the organization of the passage as a whole? A. A mountain range serves to illustrate a widespread geological process. B. The history of a geological feature is discussed in chronological order. C. Two time periods in the history of a mountain range are contrasted. D. The effects of a number of geological periods on North America are compared. 11. The phrase of note in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Catastrophic. B. Distinct circa important. D. Ancient. 268. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 12. Look at the 4 squares filled square that indicate where the following sentence could be added to the passage. But once again, the mountains began to be worn away as soon as they rose. Where would the sentence best fit? Click on a square filled square to add the sentence to the passage. Here, on this practice test, circle your answer below. A. Square 1. B. Square 2 circa. Square 3. D. Square 4. 8. Reading Practice Drills 269. Reading Practice Drill Number 7. Suburbanization in the United States. The term suburb commonly refers to an urban district on the outskirts of a city that grows more rapidly than its interior. The process of suburbanization began within the second quarter of the 19th century. The emergence of the industrial city at that time was spurred largely by developments in transportation. Until then, the typical city had been a compact cluster of small 5 buildings. People traveled primarily on foot, and goods were moved by horse and cart. The early factories of the industrial age, built in the 1830s and 1840s, were located along waterways and near railheads at the edges of cities. Housing was needed for the thousands of people drawn by the prospect of employment, so within a short time, the factories were surrounded 10 by mill towns of apartments and row houses that abutted the older, central cities. In response, many cities annexed these suburbs. In 1854, for example, the city of Philadelphia legally took over most of the county around it, and the governments of Chicago and New York followed suit. Indeed, most great cities of the United States grew as they did only by incorporating the suburban communities along their borders. 15 plus with the acceleration of industrial growth came crowding and social stresses. When the first commercially successful electric traction line was developed in Boston, it revolutionized urban transportation by alleviating these problems. Transportation had previously been provided by a large network of horse-drawn lines that had many disadvantages. First, caring for the horses was expensive and labor-intensive. Additionally, the large amounts of waste left on the roads were a public health hazard. The benefits of a new form of transportation based not on horsepower but electric power were immediately obvious. Not only were electric streetcars cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient, but they were also much faster than horse-drawn cars, averaging 10 to 15 miles per hour compared to 5 to 6 miles per hour. Moreover, cities were able to offer cheap fares, since each car was capable of holding more people than a horse-drawn car. Finally, businesses were quick to support local lines in their area because of increased business prospects. And local governments were eager to support the development of such lines, because long-term maintenance costs were very low once the initial expenditures had been made. Within a few years, every major urban area had an electric streetcar network, which made quick, easy movement between distant points possible for large numbers of people. This new mobility encouraged people to look for housing farther out from the crowded urban core. By the end of the 1950s, the American landscape had been completely transformed. The development 35 of suburban tract houses had brought even more former city dwellers outward into the suburbs. Like the streets of identical row houses that went up as cities expanded, suburban tract houses tended to be similar in design. This standardization made the houses low in cost. However, unlike city row houses, suburban tract houses were detached, often with sizable yards and unwinding streets. 40. The post-war prosperity of the 1950s had given the urban middle class the desire and means to own single-family houses, and detached, suburban tract houses met this desire nicely. Most also had garages. Storage space for the family automobile had become a necessity as the car rapidly became the primary mode of transportation. Both because of and as a result of this shift towards private transportation, public facilities were built farther from each other and from public 45 transportation. In an ironic twist of fate, the suburbs, which had originally been spawned by advances in public transportation, effectively killed it off in many major cities as people became almost entirely reliant on the private car to get around. 270. Cracking the TOEFL IBT1. With which factor in suburbanization is the passage primarily concerned? A. Manufacturing. B. Transportation circa. Job markets. D. Economic problems. 2. Areas along the edges of cities have grown in response to A. The building of factories. B. New goods circa. New building materials. D. City policies. 3. The word emergence in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Spreading. B. History circa. Problems. D. Formation. 4. The word acceleration in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Construction. B. Understanding circa. Increase. D. Transportation. 5. Which of the following is not mentioned in the passage as a factor in 19th century suburbanization? A. Cheaper housing. B. Urban crowding circa. The advent of an urban middle class. D. The invention of the electric streetcar. 6. The traction line mentioned in paragraph 3 enabled travel by A. Automobile. B. Cart circa. Horse-drawn trolley. D. Electric streetcar. Paragraph 3 is marked with an arrow. 8. Reading practice drills 271-7. The word mobility in the passage refers to the ability to A. Travel. B. Buy a house circa. Find work. D. Enjoy life. 8. The phrase went up in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Were built. B. Were bought circa. Increased in size. D. Attracted interest. 9. The word most in the passage refers to A. City row houses. B. Suburban tract houses circa. Sizable yards. D. Winding streets. 10. The passage implies that before the electric streetcar, A. Only a few major urban areas had horse-drawn cars. B. Few mill towns were incorporated into cities circa. City transportation was slow and difficult. D. City crowding was not a problem. 11. The word spawned in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Signaled. B. Renewed circa. Restricted. D. Begun. 272. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 12. Directions. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Complete the summary by selecting the 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage or are minor details in the passage. This question is worth 2 points. Suburbanization, the phenomenon of rapid growth from the edges of a city outward, has been helped by several factors. Answer choices. The introduction of electric rail lines made it easier for people to travel long distances between work and home. Open land outside urban cores allowed for the development of affordable and attractive tract housing. Some suburbs were incorporated into the cities they adjoined as they grew. The automobile has made it possible for people to travel quickly even without relying on public transportation networks. Some cities are experiencing a movement back toward their centers. Some suburbs have public facilities that are superior to those in cities. 8. Reading practice drills 273. Reading practice drill number 8. Langston Hughes, the heart of Harlem. In a very real sense, Langston Hughes was the poet laureate of Harlem during its famous Renaissance. Having come there after living in cities such as Paris, he was able to view Harlem against a backdrop of broad experience. His signal contribution to the Harlem Renaissance was to further the development of a poetic language that recorded the voices he heard around him in all 5 their variety. He was concerned with the black metropolis, that is, with those elements that unified black urban communities despite the differences in the specific places they were found. Returning to this theme again and again, he wrote about Harlem more often and more fully than any other poet. As Hughes wrote about himself, "I live in the heart of Harlem." He said of its people, "I love the color of their language and, being a Harlemite myself, their problems and interests are my problems and interests." Despite the many places he had lived, Hughes came to be associated almost exclusively with Harlem as his career developed. When Hughes's first publication, The Weary Blues 1926, appeared, the new Negro movement was in full swing. Harlem, as the intellectual center of the movement, had become the Mecca 15 of all aspiring young black writers and artists. In the early 1920s, Harlem was a newly created Manhattan suburb north of Central Park where thousands of African American families had settled. Settlements there had originally been founded by the Dutch, but a real estate bust there created openings for new residents just as a huge black population was migrating from the South. By 1925 there were around 200,000 African Americans living in Harlem. Black political organizations and 20 churches opened next door to black theaters and dance halls, which led to a fantastic melting pot of poets, musicians, intellectuals, and entrepreneurs, a development that in turn gave rise to the Harlem Renaissance. This so-called Renaissance not only encouraged and inspired the black creative artist, but it served also to focus as never before the attention of America upon the black artist and scholar. As a result of this new interest, Harlem became a gathering place for downtown 25 intellectuals and bohemians, many of them honestly seeking knowledge of black art and culture. For a period of about 10 years, the most obvious and sensational aspect of the new Negro movement for downtown New York was the nightlife of Harlem, and in particular the cabaret scene. In fact, Langston Hughes was first drawn to New York by the massive success of the first all-black 30 musical, Shuffle Along, composed by Eubie Blake and Noble Sissle. One of Hughes's favorite methods of composition, whether in New York, Washington, D.C., or Paris, was to write poetry while sitting in a club listening to jazz or the blues. In Washington in 1925, he wrote, "I tried to write poems like the songs they sang on 7th Street. These songs had the pulse beat of the people who keep on going." The 1925 Renaissance, of course, was not just a cabaret boom, and it would 35 be decidedly unfair to give the impression that it was. But the Harlem cabaret life of the period was definitely an important byproduct of the new interest in Afro-American culture created by the movement, and this life strongly influenced the early poetry of Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes died in 1967 at the end of a prolific career that saw the publication of 1640 books of poems, 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, 4 volumes of editorial and documentary fiction, 20 plays, children's poetry, musicals and operas, 3 autobiographies, a dozen radio and television scripts, and dozens of magazine articles, in addition to 7 anthologies of poetry that he edited. 274 Cracking the TOEFL IBT1. Which of the sentences below best expresses the essential information in the highlighted sentence in the passage? Incorrect choices change the meaning in important ways or leave out essential information. A. Hughes was an important poet of his time, partly because he had a wide array of experiences that helped him better understand Harlem. B. Hughes lived in many places before he moved to Harlem. C. Harlem was of particular interest to Hughes because he had lived in many other cities prior to moving there. D. Hughes was an important poet of his time, partly because he lived in Harlem during the Harlem Renaissance. 2. The word signal in the passage is closest in meaning to A. Street light. B. Major circa. Indication. D. Action. 3. Why does the author mention that Hughes wrote, "I love the color of their language and, being a Harlemite myself, their problems and interests are my problems and interests"? A. To give an example of Hughes's writing style. B. To show that he understood the struggles that African Americans faced. Circa. To emphasize that he was interested in the black metropolis. D. To explain why Hughes wrote about Harlem so frequently. 4. The word there in the passage refers to A. African Americans. B. Residents of Harlem. Circa. The places Hughes had lived. D. The poems Hughes had written. 5. What can be inferred about the new Negro movement mentioned in paragraph 2? A. It was solely a movement among poets and authors. B. It was caused by an influx of African Americans moving to the area from the South. C. It began before Hughes published his first book. D. It started in 1926. Paragraph 2 is marked with an arrow. 8. Reading practice drills 275-6. The word Mecca in the passage is closest in meaning to A. A city in Saudi Arabia. B. An ancient city. Circa. An area of Harlem. D. Somewhere that artists wanted to visit. 7. The word cabaret in the passage is closest in meaning to A. A club that played jazz or the blues. B. A kind of wine. Circa. A scene in a movie. D. A successful musical. 8. Click on the sentence in paragraph 3 that describes the people who congregated downtown. Paragraph 3 is marked with an arrow to J. 9. It can be inferred from the passage that Langston Hughes was first attracted to New York by A. New York's cabaret scene. B. A successful musical circa. Other African American families settling there. D. A desire to write poetry at cabarets. 10. According to the passage, Langston Hughes A. was the most successful African American author of his time. B. attained massive amounts of wealth from his poetry circa. Achieved recognition only after his death. D. wrote several different types of publications. 11. The word it in the passage refers to A. Harlem. B. a cabaret room circa the 1925 Renaissance. D. 7th Street. 12. The word prolific in the passage is closest in meaning to A. productive. B. argumentative circa chaotic. D. verbose. 276 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Chapter 9 Reading Practice Answers and Explanations. Reading Practice Drill Number 11. D. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. Under the Constitution, the House of Representatives has the power to impeach a government official, in effect serving as prosecutor. The Senate then holds the impeachment trial, essentially serving as jury and judge, except in the impeachment of a president when the Chief Justice presides. Based on what you've read, this part of the passage is talking about the House of Representatives and its ability to impeach a government official. The word, authority, would fit well with the ability to impeach someone. Therefore, D is the correct response. 2. The word, authority, would fit well with the ability to impeach someone. Therefore, D is the correct response. 2. B. This is a detail question. The question is asking for what the passage says, in paragraph 3, about the roles of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Use the lead words, House of Representatives, and Senate, to find the answer in the paragraph. The House of Representatives is the prosecutor. The Senate chamber is the courtroom. The Senate is the jury and also the judge, except in the case of a presidential impeachment trial when the Chief Justice presides. The passage clearly states that the House of Representatives and Senate are the prosecutor, jury, and judge. Therefore, the correct answer is B. Choice A is incorrect because a government official is someone who can be impeached, so the choice makes no sense. Similarly, C is incorrect because the president can be impeached. And another similar option, D, is incorrect because civil officers can be impeached. 3. See this as a detail question. The correct answer will be based on what the passage says. The concept of impeachment originated in England and was adopted by many of the American colonial governments and state constitutions. Choice A is incorrect because the Constitutional Convention is where the framers considered several models of impeachment. Choice B is incorrect because the passage says, since 1789 only 17 federal officers have been impeached by the House, 14 of which were tried by the Senate. Mueller's sentence does not discuss where the impeachment came from, but rather when it has been enacted. Choice D is not correct because the passage says that the colonial government adopted the concept of impeachment. This concept didn't begin there. 4. D. This is an inference question. Based on paragraph 2, what does the passage say about the decision to impeach a government official? Take a look at the sentences in paragraph 2. Since 1789 only 17 federal officers have been impeached by the House, 14 of which were tried by the Senate. 3 were dismissed before trial because the individual had left office, 7 ended in acquittal and 7 in conviction. All of those convicted were federal judges. 278 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. In short, during the last 200 years, only 17 federal officers have been impeached. Choice D is the correct answer. Impeachment rarely occurs. Choice A is incorrect because the decision made in the Senate was to try the concept of impeachment. Choice B is incorrect because this part of the passage, paragraph 2, as specified by the question, does not discuss the removal from office. Choice C is incorrect because the passage states the opposite of this. Impeachment does not occur often. 5. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the sentence surrounding the word, wheels. Impeachment is a very serious affair. It is perhaps the most awesome power of Congress, the ultimate weapon it wields against officials of the federal government. The sentence is talking about the awesome power of Congress and it being a weapon against the federal government. The correct response is A. 6. This is a detailed question. The question is asking about what happens during the impeachment process of the president. The House of Representatives is the prosecutor. The Senate chamber is the courtroom. The Senate is the jury and also the judge, except in the case of a presidential impeachment trial when the Chief Justice presides. The passage states, in the case of a presidential impeachment trial when the Chief Justice presides, and the only relevant choice is A here. Choices B and C are incorrect because neither the Senate nor the House of Representatives presides over presidential impeachment. Choice D is incorrect because Congress is comprised of the Senate and the House of Representatives, so it's the same thing as in B and C. Choice A is the best option. 7. See this as a detail question. Don't be thrown off by the information in paragraph 2. This question specifically asks for data from paragraph 4 and the question is about how many times impeachment proceedings have been initiated, not completed. Don't fall for the trap. Answer A, that seems correct and familiar. The correct answer is C, 62. 8. See this as a vocabulary in context question. Take a look at the sentence around the word. The American colonial governments and early state constitutions followed the British pattern of trial before the upper legislative body on charges brought by the lower house. Despite these precedents, a major controversy arose at the Constitutional Convention about whether the Senate should act as the court of impeachment. This sentence is talking about the pronoun, these, and it is being used to refer to the British pattern of trial. The correct response is C. 9. This is a detailed question. Because the question does not tell us where to look, use the lead words provided by the question. The lead words for this question are, the impeachment process incorporates. The House of Representatives is the prosecutor. The Senate chamber is the courtroom. The Senate is the jury and also the judge, except in the case of a presidential impeachment trial when the Chief Justice presides. The final penalty is removal from office. There is no appeal. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 279. The information for this can be found in the third paragraph. This part of the paragraph states that both the Senate and the House of Representatives play a role, so A is the correct answer. 10. D. This question asks you to paraphrase a sentence from the passage. Look at the sentence and see how you can put it into your own words. There was also considerable debate at the convention in Philadelphia over the definition of impeachable crimes. This sentence is talking about a debate regarding the definition of impeachable crimes and you need to find a version that expresses the essential information. The best choice is D. Choice A is incorrect because it was not the Philadelphians who debated. Choice B is incorrect because formidable means inspiring fear or respect through being impressively large. The word formidable is too extreme to replace considerable. Choice C is incorrect because it does not discuss the size of the debate. 11. This is an except question. Remember to go back to the passage and look for each answer choice. The correct response is A because it is the only one that is not mentioned in the passage. Choices B, C, and D can be found in the passage, so they are wrong. Be careful with except questions, they're tricky. 12. B. This is a vocabulary in context question. Take a look at the sentence that contains the word. While the framers very clearly envisaged the occasional necessity of initiating impeachment proceedings, they put in place only a very general framework. The sentence is talking about the impeachment process and when it is needed. Therefore, initiating is close in meaning to starting. The correct response is B. 13. For sentence insertion questions, remember to make sure the ideas in the new sentence match up with the sentences surrounding it. Look at the first squares. While the framers very clearly envisaged the occasional necessity of initiating impeachment proceedings, they put in place only a very general framework. This sentence doesn't work because the original sentence starts off with the transitional word consequently and then discusses the American version. Therefore, the correct location of this question is going to be after something that can be compared to the American version. The second square. They left many questions open to differences of opinion and many details to be filled in. This sentence won't work either. Third box. Despite the open-endedness, as Peter Charles Hoffer and N.E.H. Hull note in their book Impeachment in America 1635-1805, thanks to the framers, a tool used in Parliament to curb kings and punish placemen was molded into an efficient legislative check upon executive and judicial wrongdoing. 280 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. This sentence continues to discuss the English model of impeachment. The next sentence continues to discuss the English model of impeachment. There is no transition between these sentences. Fourth box. The power of the English House of Commons to impeach anyone, for almost any alleged offense, was restrained. The threat of death and forfeiture upon conviction was lifted, and the interference of the Commons and the House of Lords with the regular courts of justice was limited. This is the correct response. 14. This is a summary question. The correct answer is as follows. The power of impeachment was initiated during the Constitutional Convention as a means to try government officials who do not act according to the law. The power to impeach is taken very seriously by Congress, and very few government officials have been impeached. The impeachment process is initially brought forth by the House of Representatives, and it is tried before the Senate. The definition of impeachable crimes was an important component of the Constitutional Convention. Nevertheless, the language defining remains decidedly vague. These are the reasons why the other choices are incorrect. 62 trials of impeachment have occurred since 1789. This statement is a detail and does not contribute to the main idea of the passage. A Chief Justice presides over the hearing of presidential impeachment, and this is the only instance in which the Senate is not the judge. This statement discusses the proceedings, but this is not the main point of the passage. If a government official is convicted subsequent to impeachment, he/she is automatically removed from office. This is another detail statement. Reading practice drill number 2-1. See, this is an inference question. Based on paragraph 1, what does it say about fire tornadoes? Fire tornadoes, also known as fire whirls, firenadoes, or fire twisters, look like tornadoes but are made up of fire. Therefore, they aren't really tornadoes at all. Tornadoes are formed when just the right weather elements combine: moist, warm air lying close to the ground, an unstable atmosphere, and air fronts that collide and propel moist air vertically into the sky. In the first sentence, it says that fire tornadoes look like tornadoes but are made up of fire, which supports C. Choice A is wrong because the passage says they aren't really tornadoes. Choice B can. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 281 be eliminated because the passage says that fire tornadoes form when just the right weather elements combine, meaning that circumstances have to be exactly right or the fire tornadoes won't form at all. Choice D is incorrect. An unstable atmosphere is one contributing factor, but it is not the only one. 2. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. When hot, strong winds come into contact with an already burning brush fire, updrafts of hot air catch the fire and surrounding winds and send it into the air. This whirling air forms columns. As more and more hot air is pulled into a column, the column swirls, very much like a real tornado. Remember to read a sentence or two after the word in question. In this case, the description of the column is it pulls more hot air inside is the key. The column swirls, supporting A. 3. See, this is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun er replaces. Look at the passage. A fire tornado has two parts: the core, which is actually on fire, and an invisible, rotating air pocket. It can reach temperatures of nearly 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to even reignite ashes that have burned out and then been sucked into the vortex from the ground. The passage is asking what can reach temperatures of nearly 2000 degrees F. That would be the fire tornado, or its core. Now do some PO. A, B, and D are all mentioned in the passage, but they don't match fire tornado, so get rid of them. 4. D. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. It can reach temperatures of nearly 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to even ashes that have burned out and then been sucked into the vortex from the ground. Remember to read past the word in question. Ashes that have burned out tells us that they're no longer burning. On any word means again, and if the ashes have burned out, this word must mean that the ashes have been lit again. Using PO, A, B, and C don't match this meaning, so D will earn the point. 5. D. This is a not question, which is a variation on an except question. Eliminate everything that is mentioned as a characteristic of a fire tornado and select the answer choice that is not mentioned as a characteristic of a fire tornado. Look at the second paragraph, where the fire tornado is described. A fire tornado has two parts: the core, which is actually on fire, and an invisible, rotating air pocket. It can reach temperatures of nearly 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to even reignite ashes that have burned out and then been sucked into the vortex from the ground. While real tornadoes occur as a result of atmospheric conditions high above, fire tornadoes result from hot, dry air rising quickly away from the ground. When hot, strong winds come into contact with an already burning brush fire. Updrafts of hot air catch the fire and surrounding winds and send it whirling into the air. This whirling air forms columns. As more and more hot air is pulled into a column, the column swirls, very much like a real tornado. Choices A, B, and C are all mentioned, leaving you with D. 282. Cracking the TOEFL IBT6. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. A fire twister's spinning column creates a underscore, thanks to angular momentum. The law of angular momentum states that when an object is inside a spinning column it will move faster and faster the closer it gets to the center of rotation. The second sentence in the quote above describes what happens to an object in a spinning column thanks to the law of angular momentum. The word in question is created by angular momentum, so the two must be related. Use that to tackle Poe. Choice B is angular momentum itself, not what it creates, so eliminate it. Choice C is unrelated to these sentences, so get rid of it too. Choice D may be appealing, but it goes further than necessary. We're just talking about the column that's been created, not its center. Get rid of D and go with A. 7. See, this question asks you to understand what the passage says about angular momentum and then find an example that matches that description. Look at the passage. The law of angular momentum states that when an object is inside a spinning column it will move faster and faster the closer it gets to the center of rotation. With that description, go to Poe and eliminate answers that don't describe a spinning motion. Choices A, B, and D have nothing to do with spinning or rotating, so eliminate them. 8. See, this is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. While fire whirls move pretty slowly, they can cause significant damage. Anything, or anyone, unfortunate enough to be in a fire whirl's path will likely either be set ablaze or underscore from its location. But it's not just the fire that's dangerous. The winds it generates can create wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour, which is strong enough to knock down trees. So the fire whirls move slowly and it's the winds that are dangerous. Chances are, flung vigorously, will have something to do with the wind. Try using Poe. Choice A doesn't have anything to do with wind, so get rid of it. Choice B is tricky. The fire whirl moves slowly, not the objects in its way, so get rid of B. Choices C and D both involve throwing something. This may be where a little bit of common sense is required. If the wind speeds are more than 100 miles per hour, will the resulting throw be gentle or forceful? Forceful. So eliminate D and go with C. 9. This is an inference question, but it doesn't tell you where to look. Remember that most questions on TOEFL reading passages are arranged chronologically in order with the passage, so you're probably pretty close to the answer for this question by looking at where you found the answer to the previous question. Take a look at that same paragraph. While fire whirls move pretty slowly, they can cause significant damage. Anything, or anyone, that is unfortunate enough to be in a fire whirl's path will likely either be set ablaze or flung vigorously from its location. But it's not just the fire that's dangerous. The winds it generates can create wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour, which is strong enough to knock down trees. Fire whirls also typically don't last very long, but when they do they can wreak havoc and leave disaster in their wakes. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 283 now. Look at the answers to see what you can eliminate. Is there anything in the passage that matches what A says? Not in exactly the same words, but does move pretty slowly mean the same thing as don't move quickly? Yes. So leave A for now. Choices B, C, and D are exactly the opposite of what this paragraph is saying, so eliminate them. 10. D. This is a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. But it's not just the fire that's dangerous. The winds it generates can create wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour, which is strong enough to knock down trees. Fire whirls also typically don't last very long, but when they do they can underscore and leave disaster in their wakes. Anytime you're not sure what a word or phrase might mean, you can start by asking yourself if it is positive or negative in meaning. In this case, the "and" tells us that the phrase in question will be along the lines of leave disaster in their wakes. That means it's definitely negative. Use that for Poe. Choices A and D would be negative, and B and C are neutral or positive, so eliminate them. Then, compare A and D, which one is more negative. Definitely D. Starting fires is bad, but in turn they cause significant damage, which is worse. 11. This is an inference question that guides you to paragraph 5. There have been numerous major firenadoes in the last 150 years, many of which have proved lethal. In 1871, the Great Peshtigo Fire in northeastern Wisconsin and upper Michigan resulted from inauspicious conditions, dry weather during the summer, slash-and-burn farming practices, and a vigorous cold front that brought strong winds. Together, these three contributing factors created firenadoes that turned a few small prairie fires into a furious conflagration. The town of Peshtigo, with hundreds of wooden structures and lumberyards, sat in the middle of a forest of pine and hardwood. When the fire reached the town, it found abundant fuel. In just minutes, 100-mile-per-hour winds and ambient temperatures of more than 700 degrees Fahrenheit caused what is still recognized as the worst fire disaster in the history of the United States. As best as anyone could tell, nearly 2,000 people lost their lives. Once you've reviewed the paragraph, it's all about Poe. Choice A is a reasonable match, because the passage says there have been numerous major firenadoes in the last 150 years. Choice B is out because they have been documented. After all, you know they happened long before anyone who's alive today was even born. Choice C can be eliminated because nothing says that the fire in Peshtigo was the first known occurrence of a firenado. Choice D is suspicious because it says, always lethal, which you can't prove from the passage. 12. See this as a vocabulary in context question. Look at the lines from the passage. There have been numerous major firenadoes in the last 150 years, many of which have proved lethal. In 1871, the Great Peshtigo Fire in northeastern Wisconsin and upper Michigan resulted from inauspicious conditions, dry weather during the summer, slash-and-burn farming practices, and a vigorous cold front that brought strong winds. Together, these three contributing factors created firenadoes that turned a few small prairie fires into a furious conflagration. 284 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Looking at the sentence after the word in question, you see terms like vigorous and strong that describe the conditions from which the fire resulted. Together, these tell you that inauspicious means something negative. Try using Poe. Choices A and B are positive, so eliminate them. Choice C, dangerous, is negative, and while the conditions did clearly prove to be dangerous, they were marked C, unlucky. 13. This is a summary question that requires you to consider the entire passage. On a summary question, don't choose answers that give specific details that are mentioned only once in the passage. Instead, choose answers that are broader and are supported throughout the passage. This passage has discussed how firenadoes are created and the damage they can cause. Therefore, the 3 points that show that a firenado is one example of a natural phenomenon that is as uncommon as it is dangerous are as follows. Firenadoes require a unique combination of conditions in order to occur. This answer shows that they are uncommon, because they require a unique combination of conditions. Firenadoes can cause significant damage. This answer shows that firenadoes are dangerous. Scientists don't know much about firenadoes because it is hard to predict where or when they will occur. This answer supports the idea that firenadoes are uncommon. Reading practice drill number 3-1. B. This is a vocabulary in context question. Take a look at the lines in the passage. Certain cicadas spend most of their lives about 2 feet underground, feeding on fluids from the roots of trees in forests across the eastern United States. These particular species, called periodical cicadas, are developmentally synchronized, meaning they develop into adults all at the same time. There are 7 distinct species of periodical cicadas, 4 of which have 13-year life cycles and 3 of which have 17-year life cycles. After the respective 13 or 17 years of lifestyle, the almost mature cicada nymphs emerge at a given place and time in astounding numbers, as many as 1.5 million cicadas per acre. Based on the information in the first sentence, a good word for the blank might be underground. Thanks to Poe, only B matches. 2. This is a vocabulary in context question. Take a look at the lines in the passage. After the respective 13 or 17 years of a subterranean lifestyle, the almost mature cicada emerge at a given place and time in astounding numbers, as many as 1.5 million cicadas per acre. This one might feel tougher to fill in the blank. So, ask yourself what the surrounding words talk about. The cicada, which are almost mature. Take the idea of almost mature to the answers and do. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 285 Some PO. A is an almost exact match, so keep it for now. There's no indication in the passage of a different species, so get rid of B. The cicadas eat fluids from roots of trees, which makes C sound like a good answer, but it doesn't match in meaning. And D is not mentioned at all, so eliminate it. 3. D. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun this replaces. Look at the passage. The nymphs wait for a spring evening when the soil temperature about 8 inches below the surface is above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. For the 413-year cycle species, which tend to be further to the south and west of the eastern United States, this may be as early as late April or early May. But for the 317-year cycle species, which are generally found more toward the northern end of the eastern United States, this may not happen until late May or early June. Ask yourself, what may be as early as late April or early May? The timing of temperature being just right for the nymphs to emerge. Take a look at the answers. Eliminate A because, though the entire passage is about cicadas, that's not what this question is asking about. Choice B doesn't match what we predicted, and neither does C. Get rid of them. Choice D, though, has to do with the temperature the nymphs need. There you go. 4. See, this is a detail question, asking what the passage says about where periodical cicadas can be found. Go look in the passage for the lines that discuss this topic. For the 413-year cycle species, which tend to be further to the south and west of the eastern United States, this may be as early as late April or early May. But for the 317-year cycle species, which are generally found more toward the northern end of the eastern United States, this may not happen until late May or early June. Now tackle some PO. A, B, and D don't match the geography mentioned in the passage, so eliminate them. The correct answer is C. The cicadas can be found in the eastern United States. 5. B. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun they replaces. Look at the passage. Once they emerge, they have only about 4 to 6 weeks to live. First, they find a new home on plants near their emergence location where they complete their transition into full adult cicadas. This question requires you to look back into the previous paragraph, because there is no noun earlier in the same sentence or same paragraph. What was the passage discussing in the preceding paragraph? The cicadas that had emerged. Take that to the answers. Choice A references where some of the cicadas emerged, but that's not what the pronoun is referring to, so get rid of it. Choice B is exactly what we predicted. Choices C and D haven't even been mentioned, so get rid of them. 286 Cracking the TOEFL IBT6. This is a detail question, so go back to the passage and look for the word broods. Based on the calendar year in which they emerged, periodical cicadas are divided into groups called broods. In 1898, entomologist C. L. Marlett identified as many as 30 broods, although not all of them have actually been observed since then. Using the first part of the first sentence, compare the answer choices. Choice A is an almost identical match to the passage, so keep it. Choice B doesn't match. The passage doesn't discuss the cicadas. Life cycle is the determining factor of their brood organization. Choices C and D also don't match what the passage says, so eliminate everything except A. 7. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. The membranes across the ribs of the timbal vibrate quickly, and the cicada's body functions like a resonance chamber and underscore the sound. The cicadas can adjust the volume of their sound by turning their bodies in different directions. If you're not sure what exact word to use, ask yourself what the word relates to. It has something to do with the sound that the cicadas make, and the next sentence says that the cicadas can adjust the volume of their sound. So it probably has something to do with adjusting the volume. Take a look at the answers. Would it make sense to make louder the sound, as in A? Well, it sounds weird when you say it, but the meaning makes sense, so keep it. Is this blank just talking about producing the sound, B? Maybe, but that's not as close as A. Is it likely that the cicadas would do something that makes their sound worse? Probably not, so get rid of C. And they're also not likely to degrade their own sound, so get rid of D. 8. B. This question asks you to find the sentence in the passage that serves a particular purpose, namely to describe how periodical cicadas attract mates. Go directly to the answers and use PO. Choice A discusses the purpose of cicadas' adult lives, not their mating habits, so get rid of it. Choice B talks about the males forming choruses to attract mates, so keep it. Choice C discusses the males, tymbals, not mating habits, so eliminate it. Choice D talks about the cicadas, populations, not mating habits, so get rid of that too. 9. See this as a reference question. It's asking which noun the pronoun there refers to. Look at the passage. As a result, when the cicadas do become prey, their predators can seemingly eat their fill without making a significant impact on the cicada population. Ask yourself, who is eating? The predators. Now go take a look at the answers, and eliminate any that don't match. Eliminate A, B, and D, and you're left with C. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 287-10. D. This is a sentence insertion question. Recall that for this question type, you have to look at the sentences before and after the black squares to try to match the information in those sentences with the new sentence. Here's the sentence we are going to add. This phenomenon is known as predator satiation, a situation in which prey occur at an incredibly high population that the probability of an individual organism being eaten is drastically reduced. The this at the beginning of the sentence has to refer to something else before it, so it can't be inserted at the beginning of the paragraph. Eliminate A. The first and second sentences don't describe an event or phenomenon, so there's nothing for this in the inserted sentence to reference in either one. Eliminate B and C. The last sentence, as the paragraph is currently written, describes predators being able to eat their fill without impacting cicada populations, which this could definitely reference. Putting the new sentence at the end of the paragraph, therefore, makes the most sense. 11. See this as a detail question, so go back to the passage for information. Look for the part of the passage that discusses emergence, more or less in the same area where you've already been working. Look at what it says. Most interestingly, though, is how they keep track of time and know when 13 or 17 years have passed. Alas, researchers don't actually know how they do it, other than knowing that it's some kind of molecular clock. The insects themselves make for difficult research, since researchers have to wait at least 13 years for a brood to re-emerge. With that information, take a look at the answers and see what matches. It's highly doubtful that insects have calendars, so eliminate A. There is no evidence in the passage that the cicadas can track seasons, so eliminate B. There is proof that scientists believe the cicadas have some kind of molecular clock, which supports C and invalidates D. 12. This summary question requires you to consider the entire passage. On a summary question, don't choose answers that give specific details that are mentioned only once in the passage. Instead, choose answers that are broader and are supported throughout the passage. The question asks you to find 3 points that support the following idea. Periodical cicadas are unique creatures because of their unusual life cycles and their lack of significant predators. The correct answers are as follows. 4 species have 13-year life cycles. This answer supports the idea that these insects have unusual life cycles. Periodical cicadas do not have many natural predators because their adult lifespan is so short. This answer supports the idea that these insects have no significant predators. Once periodical cicadas emerge, they live only 4 to 6 weeks. This answer supports the idea that these insects have unusual life cycles. 288 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Reading Practice Drill Number 41. B. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun it replaces. Look at the passage. Mandala is a Sanskrit word meaning circle. While it originated as a spiritual symbol in many Indian religions, the mandala has come to be known generically as a term for any diagram, chart, or geometric pattern that is intended to symbolically or metaphorically represent the cosmos. Just after the comma in the sentence with it, you can see that the passage says, the mandala has come to be known. This tells you that the it in question is referring to mandala. Use that as your basis for PO, and eliminate A, C, and D. 2. This is a detail question, so go back and see what the passage says. This pattern is found in many places in our world, including biology, geology, physics, astronomy, and chemistry. For example, even atoms are circular in nature, with evenly balanced protons, neutrons, and electrons. Every cell has a nucleus, which also has a circle at the center. Even the Milky Way galaxy is circular, with our circular solar system within it. One could argue that each of these is a mandala in and of itself. The, for example, and the last sentence give us the key. Each of these is a mandala in and of itself. That means the author has listed them as examples of mandalas, or circles in our world. Using Po, A is a close match, so keep it. Choice B may be appealing, but it's not as precise as A, so get rid of it. There is no mention of symbols or the cosmos in the passage, so eliminate C and D. 3. See this as a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, that a mandala is the psychological expression of the totality of the self. He sketched a small circular drawing every morning, and felt that whatever came to life in his mandala corresponded to his inner experience at the time. A reasonable word to replace the word in question might be believed or thought. Po gets rid of A, B, and D. 4. B. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. He found that during periods of significant many of his clients felt compelled to create mandalas. He found that people felt drawn to drawing or painting mandalas simply because it felt right to do so. It seemed that they instinctively turned to creating a mandala as a way to express their challenging experiences. The passage indicates that people felt compelled to create mandalas as a way to express their challenging experiences. So, replacing the word in question with challenging experiences could work. Now try some Po. Choices A, C, and D are all positive words that don't match challenging experiences, so eliminate them. Choice B matches exactly. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 289-5. See this as a sentence insertion question. Recall that for this question type, you have to look at the sentences before and after the black squares to try to match the information in those sentences with the new sentence. Here's the sentence we are going to add. Based on this belief and his recognition of his own internal evolution through the use of mandalas, he began to use them as a tool in his psychology practice. This sentence uses pronouns like this, his, and them, so ask yourself what these might refer back to. His likely refers to Carl Jung, and them refers to mandalas. Since the sentence describes how Jung used mandalas in his practice, which isn't mentioned until after the second square, eliminate A and B. The last sentence describes the results of using mandalas in his practice, so it doesn't make sense to put this sentence at the end of the paragraph. Eliminate D. 6. This is a detail question, so go back to the passage, around the area where you look to find support for the last question. Here's what it says. Why might humans have this instinct? Research into the fields of psychology and child development may shed some light on the subject. It would seem that circles are part of the basic creation of a personal identity. Studies conducted with babies show that as early as 1 week old, infants prefer to look at curved lines rather than straight lines. Additional research shows that 2-month-old infants can discern shapes that look like faces from scrambled patterns. Psychologically, it is believed that simple, closed forms, like circles, are identified more quickly and recognized as meaningful, known, and familiar. Even the shape of an eye is spherical. Simply put, it's a 3-dimensional circle, and our field of vision is thus also circular. The second to last sentence says, closed forms, like circles, are identified more quickly. As you use Po, eliminate any answers that are not closed forms, which includes B and D. Both circles, A and squares, C are closed forms, so now use the other part of the sentence that says, like circles, to eliminate C. 7. B. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun there replaces. Look at the passage. He found that during periods of significant trial and tribulation many of his clients felt compelled to create mandalas. He found that people felt drawn to drawing or painting mandalas simply because it felt right to do so. It seemed that they instinctively turned to creating a mandala as a way to express their challenging experiences. Ask yourself, whose challenging experiences is the author discussing? It makes sense that the author is discussing the people who are drawing the mandalas, or his clients. Use Po to get rid of anything that doesn't match this idea, so get rid of A, C, and D. 290 Cracking the TOEFL IBT 8. D. This is a detail question, so go back to the passage, around the area where you look to find support for the last question. Here's what it says. Circles also appear very early in children's art. What begins as random scribbling progresses into drawing circles as early as age 2. By 3 or 4 years old, their drawings become more intricate, and without any input from adults they begin drawing suns, flowers, and people whose arms and legs connect to large circular heads. The passage indicates that the detailed, representative pictures, suns, flowers, and people whose arms and legs connect to large circular heads, come about when children are 3 to 4 years old. This allows you to eliminate A, B, and C. 9. D. This question asks you to find a sentence that serves a particular purpose. In this case, it's asking you to find a sentence that describes how drawing a mandala allows an adult to re-establish a connection with his or her subconscious. Go straight to PO and eliminate answers that don't serve that purpose. Choice A discusses children's drawing, so eliminate it. Choice B discusses researchers' perspectives, so get rid of it. Choice C doesn't clearly state what it's describing, so get rid of it. Choice D discusses therapists' beliefs that mandalas are representative of internal issues and allow patients to align their conscious and unconscious actions and decisions, which matches the goal set forth by the question. 10. D. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun they replaces. Look at the passage. Professionals also believe that mandalas help us center psychologically, and they are still used in psychotherapy practice. Ask yourself, what is used in psychotherapy practice? Most likely, the mandalas. PO allows you to eliminate A, B, and C. It's not likely that people are used in the psychotherapy practice. 11. D. This is a not question, so be sure to eliminate answers that are mentioned in the passage. Choice A is mentioned in the beginning of the first paragraph, so get rid of it. Choice B is mentioned at the end of the first paragraph, so it can also be eliminated. Choice C is discussed in the second and third paragraphs. Choice D, however, is never mentioned. 12. This is a summary question that requires you to consider the entire passage. On a summary question, don't choose answers that give specific details that are mentioned only once in the passage. Instead, choose answers that are broader and are supported throughout the passage. The question asks you to find 3 points that support the following idea. Mandala art has ancient roots and can play a therapeutic role for humans. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 291. The correct answers are as follows. The term, mandala, comes from an ancient language and has been passed on for generations. This answer shows that mandala art has ancient roots. Many ancient traditions and religions used mandalas in their ceremonies. This answer shows that mandala art has ancient roots. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, found value in using mandalas with his patients. This answer shows that mandala art can play a therapeutic role for humans. Reading practice drill number 5-1. B. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. What we call the Olympics, considered the world's sports competition, are actually inspired by the ancient Olympic Games. These ancient games were a series of athletic competitions that took place in Olympia, Greece, sometime between the 8th century B.C. E. and the 4th century circa E. There isn't really much in the passage to tell you exactly what word could go here, so try looking at the answers to see if any of them make sense. The passage says that the Olympics we know today were inspired by games from long ago. This would help to eliminate A because they're not the first games, and also C because they're not the only games to have ever existed. That at least brings you to a 50-50 shot at guessing. Then compare the 2 remaining choices. Is it more likely that the author would describe the Olympics as the world's leading sports competition, or as a chief officer sports competition? Choice D doesn't make sense, so get rid of it. 2. See, this is a detail question, so go back to the passage, around the area where you look to find support for the last question. Here's what it says. These ancient games were a series of athletic competitions that took place in Olympia, Greece, sometime between the 8th century B.C. E. and the 4th century circa E. Free-born, Greek-speaking, male representatives from city-states across Greece gathered every 4 years to take part in various running, throwing, jumping, and chariot riding competitions. While the competitions always took place in Olympia, athletes from any city-state or kingdom could compete, they simply had to meet the entrance criteria. Originally, the men wore loincloths during competitions. As time went on, they eventually competed in the nude, in part because the Olympics were a time to recognize and celebrate the strength of the human body. Because the men competed totally nude, though, married women were expressly forbidden to watch, under penalty of death. That is a lot of information to take in, so go to the answers and po. The passage says the games started sometime around the 8th century B.C. E. So eliminate A. It also indicates that they ended 292 cracking the TOEFL IBT sometime around the 4th century circa E. So eliminate B. There is proof that they took place in Olympia, Greece, so leave C. Eliminate D because the passage says the games were open only to men, not to men and women. 3. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun they replaces. Look at the passage. Originally, the men wore loincloths during competitions. As time went on, they eventually competed in the nude, in part because the Olympics were a time to recognize and celebrate the strength of the human body. Ask yourself, who eventually competed in the nude? Well, the competitors are the men. Po allows you to eliminate B, C, and D. 4. B. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. Because the men competed totally nude, though, married women were forbidden to watch, under penalty of death. What word could you put in the blank? Well, the word has to describe the way that married women were forbidden to watch the men compete nude. They were forbidden, under the penalty of death. That means it was a major deal for them to not watch. So something like, harshly, or, clearly, might make sense. The women were not, quickly, forbidden, that wouldn't make sense, so eliminate A. If you're not sure what, explicitly, means, leave B in. If it was such a big deal that married women were threatened with death for watching men compete, it's not likely that they were, gradually, forbidden, so eliminate C. It's also not likely that they were forbidden, emotionally, so get rid of D. All that's left is, explicitly, B, which is a synonym for, clearly. 5. D. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. Initially, the ancient Olympic Games took place for only one day, but as events were added the festival grew to 5 days. The initial competition was called the stadion, which was a fairly short sprint of somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 meters, or the length of one stadium. The second race added sometime later was called the dialos, which was the length of one lap of the stadium, or about 400 meters. A few years after the advent of the dialos, the dalichos was added to the races. It was somewhere between 18 and 24 laps around the stadium, roughly 3 miles total. The paragraph begins by describing the Olympic Games, initially, and the but shifts the direction of the sentence. So, you might put something like, final, or, later, into the blank. With those definitions, Po allows you to eliminate A, B, and C because they do not match your prediction. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations 293-6. This is a detail question, so go back to the passage, around the area where you look to find support for the last question. Here's what it says. The Games, therefore, created an opportunity for the city-states to compete peacefully. In fact, these peaceful competitions led politicians to work together to create alliances, much like they do today. The passage clearly states that the Games created an opportunity for the city-states to compete peacefully. This is an exact match to A, so eliminate the other 3. 7. B. This is a reference question. It's asking what noun the pronoun they replaces. Look at the passage. The Games, therefore, created an opportunity for the city-states to compete peacefully. In fact, these peaceful competitions led politicians to work together to create alliances, much like they do today. Ask yourself, who creates alliances today? Politicians. This is an exact match to B, so eliminate the other 3. 8. D. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. The Games didn't only involve athletic pursuits, though. Sculptors, poets, and other artists would gather for competitions and showcase their wares to passers-by, hoping to sell them art and turn them into underscore. What word could go in the blank? The passage indicates that the artists wanted to sell their wares to passers-by, hoping to turn them into underscore. You could put buyers, or purchasers, in the blank. This directly matches D, and it doesn't match A, B, or C. 9. See, this is a detailed question, so go back to the passage, around the area where you look to find support for the last question. Here's what it says. Just as historians debate when the first Olympic Games were held, it is unclear why the ancient Greek Olympic Games came to a halt. So, historians are unclear about when the Games began, and why they ended. Walk through Po. There is no question about where the first ancient games took place, so eliminate A. The passage also states that, the games also took on political importance, and were used by city-states to establish their dominance over other city-states, so eliminate B. Historians are also clear that it was only men who took part in the ancient games, so eliminate D. That leaves C, which is directly supported by the passage. 10. See, this is a sentence insertion question. Recall that for this question type, you have to look at the sentences before and after the black squares to try to match the information in those sentences with the new sentence. Here's the sentence that may be inserted. He also paid for the entire restoration of the Panathenaic Stadium so it could be used to host future games. 294. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Ask yourself who might have paid for this. The only people mentioned in the paragraph are Evangelos Zappas and King Otto. It would make sense that Evangelos Zappas might want to pay, because he offered to underwrite, or pay for, a revival of the games. So it would then make sense to put this sentence somewhere close to this information. Eliminate A and B. They are too early in the paragraph. The question then is whether to put this sentence before or after the sentence about the first modern games. Since he was paying for a revival, including the restoration of the stadium, it would make sense to put the new sentence in before the discussion of the modern games taking place in the stadium. Eliminate D. It is too late in the paragraph. 11. B. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. Some believe that Roman Emperor Theodosius I, in an effort to spread Christianity, decreed that all pagan rituals and cults be eliminated. Others believe that his Theodosius II, later demanded the destruction of all Greek temples, leaving the Olympics with nowhere to take place. The sentence indicates that Theodosius II came, later, after Theodosius I. This gives insight that the word in the blank has something to do with, coming later, or, coming after. Take a look at the answers. Choice A can be eliminated because it's the exact opposite, but B matches, so leave it. A contemporary, as in C, is someone who lived in the same time, which doesn't match, so eliminate that answer. While the passage discusses competitors, that meaning doesn't fit here, so eliminate D. 12. This is a vocabulary and context question, so look at the passage and think of a word you could put in place of the word in question. Within another 100 years, in the early to mid-1800s, renewed interest also surfaced in Greece, when the Greek War of Independence the country from Ottoman rule in 1821. Ask yourself, what result would come from a war of independence? Independence, or freedom, would be perfect words for the blank. Choice A is a very close match, so leave it. Choices B, C, and D, though, have nothing to do with independence or freedom, so eliminate all of them. 13. B. This question asks you to identify what there is referring to. In this case, there means B, the modern games, which have come a long way from their humble origins. 14. This question asks you to match statements with the appropriate category. This type of question may not be worth your time on test day, it's going to take a lot of time and energy. While it is worth 4 points, you may find that going to another passage, if you have one left to do, will give you the opportunity to get more points in the same amount of time you'd invest on this question. 9. Reading practice answers and explanations. 295. To answer this question, you have to go back to many places in the passage to find for the answers. You may recall where to go based on where you looked for preceding questions. Here are the answers. Ancient games. Had few competitions women couldn't watch. Held in honor of gods, attended by artists. Modern games interest began in London. Elite sports competition, inspired by other games, were paid for by a philanthropist. Reading practice drill number 6. 1. C. 2. A. 3. B. 4. D. 5. B. 6. D. 7. A. 8. A. 9. C. 10. B. 11. C. 12. D. Reading practice drill number 7. 1. B. 2. D. 3. D. 4. C. 5. C. 6. D. 7. A. 8, A. 9, B. 10, C. 11, D. 296 Cracking the TOEFL IBT 12. The introduction of electric rail lines made it easier for people to travel long distances between work and home. Open land outside urban cores allowed for the development of affordable and attractive tract housing. The automobile has made it possible for people to travel quickly even without relying on public transportation networks. Reading practice drill number 81. A. 2, B. 3, D. 4, B. 5, C. 6, D. 7, A. 8. But the Harlem cabaret life of the period was definitely an important byproduct of the new interest in Afro-American culture created by the movement, and this life strongly influenced the early poetry of Langston Hughes. 9, B. 10, D. 11, C. 12, A. Chapter 10 Cracking the listening section. The listening section of the TOEFL consists of the following tasks. 4 to 6 academic lectures, at least 2 of which contain classroom dialogue. Each lecture is 3 to 5 minutes long. A lecture may involve one speaker or multiple speakers. Each lecture is followed by 6 questions. 2 to 3 conversations involving 2 or more speakers. Each conversation is 3 to 4 minutes long. A conversation has 12 to 25 exchanges. Each conversation is followed by 5 questions. You will have 60 to 90 minutes to complete the entire listening section. The listening section measures your ability to follow and understand lectures and conversations that are typical of an American educational setting. You will hear each lecture or conversation only once, but you are allowed to take notes while you are listening. As we mentioned in the early part of this book, the listening scores are subdivided into 3 sections. High 22 to 30. Students who score in the high range are able to understand a wide variety of conversation and lecture topics in both formal and informal settings. They are able to identify the most important concepts in a conversation or lecture, and understand how speakers use figurative language. Medium 15-21. Students who score in the medium range are able to understand most lectures and everyday conversations, but can find complex grammatical structures or colloquialisms occasionally confusing. These students can generally identify important points, but can become confused if contradictory ideas are presented. Low 0-14. Scores in the low range indicate basic ability to understand conversations and lectures, but will find abstract complex topics and conversations with complex vocabulary or grammatical structures more difficult. These students are able to identify clearly stated main ideas, but may have difficulty connecting the dots on less obvious points. At the beginning of the listening section, you'll be instructed to put on your headset. An example of the screen is shown on the next page. 300 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. You'll also receive instructions on how to adjust the volume of the headset. Make sure the volume is at a comfortable level before the section begins. Listening section directions. You should be aware of a few special aspects of the listening section before you take the TOEFL. First, unlike the reading section, you are not allowed to skip questions and return to them later. You must answer each question before you can proceed to the next one. Second, some of the questions in the listening section are heard, not read. These questions are indicated by a special headset icon, similar to what you've seen in this book. It is important to be prepared for these audio questions. In this book, we use the headset icon to indicate when you should listen to the accompanying CD. On the actual test, you will only hear this material. It will not appear on your screen. 10. Cracking the listening section. 301 Cracking the listening section. Basic principles. One of the most common mistakes students make in the listening section is to try to do too much. Some students try to take notes on every detail offered, and they end up not hearing important information. Other students try to understand every single word in the lecture, and they panic when they miss a word or phrase. Neither of these approaches is very helpful on the test. Instead, you must do your best to think of the lectures and conversations as being similar to the reading passages on which we've worked. Each lecture or conversation will have a purpose, a main idea, and supporting details. Your goal for the listening section will be to find these items in each selection. Because there are only 5 or 6 questions per listening task, there is no need to memorize or comprehend every single detail. The listening section requires you to do the following. 1. Find the main idea or purpose. Each lecture or conversation will have a main idea or purpose. Find and note this theme, which is usually stated at the beginning of the discussion or talk. 2. Focus on the structure. Pay attention to how the main idea develops. Look for examples, comparisons, and cause and effect relationships. 3. Listen for tone and attitude. Try to figure out if speakers are positive, negative, or neutral toward the topic. 4. Pay attention to transitions. Make sure you are listening for transition words and phrases. These help you follow the logic of the lecture or conversation. We'll look at all of these points in more detail in a moment, but there are 2 other important things to keep in mind when you approach the listening section. Don't memorize. As we said earlier, there is far too much information to try to memorize or retain. So, don't even bother trying. Keep in mind that the TOEFL is testing you on your ability to follow a logical flow of ideas, not on your ability to memorize information. Just relax and try to focus on the big issues, not the minor ones. Don't take too many notes. One easy way to get sidetracked on the listening section is to write down too many notes. Writing requires your concentration, and if you're concentrating on writing, you're probably not concentrating on listening. Focus on listening. In fact, if you are not comfortable taking notes, don't take any at all. Basic principle number 1. Find the main idea or purpose. We've spent a lot of time practicing this step with reading passages. Now we will apply our understanding of the main idea or purpose to a listening task. Fortunately, the patterns in the listening section are very similar to the patterns in the reading section. Lectures are designed around a main idea, whereas conversations are centered on a purpose. 302 Cracking the TOEFL IBT in lectures, the speaker will typically introduce the main idea at the very beginning of the talk. Listen for phrases similar to the following. Okay, today I want to talk about. What we're going to talk about today is. Today, we're going to look at. Tonight, I wanted to look at. The professor will then follow with the topic of discussion. If you're taking notes, you should write the topic down. Once you have the main topic, you can expect the lecturer to provide a purpose, explanation, or more information. In a conversation, the beginning sentences will reveal the speaker's purpose. Listen for the purpose to appear after an initial greeting, as in the following examples. Hi, what can I do for you? Hello, how can I help you? What can I do for you today? Is there something I can do for you? After this initial question, the other speaker will state his or her purpose. Usually this involves asking for some sort of help or assistance. If you are taking notes, you should write down what the purpose of the conversation is. Basic principle number 2. Focus on the structure. After finding the main idea or purpose, focus on the structure of the talk. Lectures and conversations each have standard structures. Listen for them as you take the TOEFL. Types of lecture structures. Most lectures will have one of the following basic structures. Lecture structure number 1. Compare contrast. This type of lecture involves finding similarities and differences between 2 or more things. Listen for the speaker to introduce this framework by using one of the following phrases. Several theories, possible explanations, many different views. 10. Cracking the listening section. 303 After the framework is introduced, the speaker will list each item to be discussed and mention its characteristics. Listen for words that indicate compare contrast, such as the following. In contrast, on the other hand, similarly, however, additionally, also. Lecture structure number 2. Cause and effect relationships. Some lectures attempt to explain why a certain situation occurs. Listen for the speaker to introduce this type of framework with the following phrases. Why would this happen? What is the reason for this? How could this happen? What leads to this? If it seems that the speaker is describing a cause and effect situation, listen for the cause. A speaker will often use the following phrases to introduce the cause. X causes Y, X results in Y, X produces Y, X leads to JZ, X brings about JZ, X is responsible for J. After identifying the cause, look for the speaker to detail the effects with a phrase similar to the following. J is caused by X, J results from X, Y is due to X, Z can be blamed on X, Y is attributable to X, Y happens because of X. Lecture structure number 3. Abstract category. Specific examples. Another common lecture structure involves moving from an abstract category to a specific example. A lecture may also sometimes begin with specific examples and end with a more general interpretation of the examples. A speaker may introduce an abstract concept with one of the following phrases. One approach. One theory. The idea is. The concept. The basic premise is. 304 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Next, the speaker will move to the examples, typically using the following phrases. For example, One instance of this is, consider, we see this in with. This is illustrated by with. Even if you have difficulty understanding the abstract idea, you can usually figure it out by paying close attention to the examples used. Lecture structure number 4. Sequences. A lecture may present a series of steps or stages. Listen for the lecturer to mention the following clues. CC process, development, stages, transition. The steps or parts will typically be introduced with clear transitions, such as first, second, third, next, then, initially, finally. Types of conversation structures. Conversations on the TOEFL also fall into some predictable patterns. Try to identify the pattern when listening to the people speak. Conversation structure number 1. Problem solution. This is a typical conversation type on the TOEFL. One student has a problem, and another student offers advice or a possible solution. Listen for the first student to introduce the problem by mentioning one of the following: problem, issue, difficulty, trouble. After describing the problem, the other person will offer some sort of advice or solution. Listen for the following phrases. Why don't you? If I were you, I'd. Maybe you should. Have you tried? Thought of. 10. Cracking the listening section. 305. For this structure, it is important to listen for what the problem is and what steps or solutions the speaker may take to solve it. Conversation structure number 2. Service encounter. Another common conversation on the TOEFL is the service encounter. In this encounter, a student will discuss a problem with a professional, usually a professor, a librarian, or an office worker. The problem will be introduced in the same way as in the previous conversation type, but the response may differ. The service professional will usually explain exactly what the student needs to do to solve the problem. The solution may involve several parts. If so, listen for the following words to indicate the steps the student must take. Requirement, application, form, recommendation, prohibited. Conversation structure number 3. Significant event. Some conversations on the TOEFL revolve around a significant event. This could be a meeting, an announcement, or a social event. Usually, the first speaker will introduce the event with one of the following phrases. Have you heard about? Did you see? Let you know about? Program, event, opportunity, chance. After noting the event, listen to any details about it. Also note what the speaker's plans are concerning the event. Listen for the following keywords. Participate, plans, open to, tree or busy. Basic principle number 3. Listen for tone and attitude. Although you are unlikely to be asked a tone question in the listening section, an understanding of the speaker's tone or attitude is helpful on many types of questions. Speakers on the TOEFL often use phrases or words that can have more than one interpretation. However, if you are aware of the speaker's tone, you are less likely to misinterpret the phrase. For example, lecturers on the TOEFL often say something like the following. And after the war, the country experienced a prolonged period of economic growth, right? Even though the speaker appears to be asking a question, he or she is actually just emphasizing his or her point. Being aware of the tone will help you interpret statements such as this one. 306. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. The tone of most lectures is fairly straightforward. Because the speaker is teaching a class, the tone will usually be similar to one of the following types. Objective. The speaker is simply listing facts or providing information. The speaker is an authority on his or her subject and so will not be unsure or uncertain about the topic. This type of tone can appear in any of the 4 common lecture types. Subjective. In some cases, the speaker will be presenting a position or making an argument. The speaker will try to convince the listeners about a certain view. This type of tone is more likely to appear in compare, contrast, and cause and effect lectures. Inquisitive. There are also classroom discussions on the TOEFL. During a discussion, the professor leads the class through a number of questions, so the tone is inquisitive. The professor considers and responds to the students' questions as the lecture progresses. Abstract category. Specific example lectures typically involve discussion, although other lecture types may as well. Conversations tend to have slightly more personal tones. You can expect the tone to be similar to one of the following types. Excited. This tone is typical of the significant event conversation. The speaker is interested in the event and may be trying to influence others about it. Disappointed, upset. In this case, the speaker is not happy about the situation. He or she may express dissatisfaction with things or events. This usually occurs during the problem-solution encounter, although it can appear in other conversations too. Uncertain or confused. Sometimes the speaker is uncertain or confused, especially in service encounters. The speaker will be unsure of what action to take or how to proceed. Of course, you don't have to spend valuable time during your test trying to figure out the exact tone. However, having a basic idea of the tone, as well as of the purpose of the lecture or conversation, will aid you when you are eliminating answers. Basic principle number 4. Pay attention to transitions from your work on the reading section of the TOEFL. You should have a pretty good understanding of the common transitions used in writing. These transitions show up in lectures and conversations as well, and it is good to note them. However, 2 other types of transitions to be especially alert for are reversals and negations. Reversal transitions often, speakers on the TOEFL will reverse the direction or logic of the conversation or lecture. If you're not listening carefully, you may misunderstand the speaker. For example, look at the following lines. First, I want to look at the mechanism by which single-celled organisms reproduce. Actually, let's come back to that in a moment. We need to talk about 10. Cracking the listening section, 307. In this situation, the speaker abruptly changes the topic. These reversals happen occasionally during lectures and somewhat more frequently during conversations. Here are some phrases to listen for. You know what? We'll come back to that in a moment. Actually, let's, instead, better yet, I don't want to get into that now. Negation transitions also, speakers will sometimes use a positive word to indicate a negation. Look for phrases like the following, where the negation words are italicized. I don't have to explain that, right? You guys are okay with this, correct? We don't need to go into that now, okay? In each case, the speaker uses a positive word to express a negative statement. When used in this way, the positive words indicate that the speaker assumes the listener knows what the speaker is talking about and no further discussion or explanation is needed. Reversals and negations can be tricky, but if you're on the lookout for them, they'll be easier to handle. Cracking the listening section. Basic approach. Now we're ready to crack the listening section. Here are the steps. 1. Actively listen to the selection, noting the main idea or purpose, structure, and tone. 2. Attack the question. There's no skipping in the listening section, so you'll have to do each question as it appears. 3. Use PO aggressively, using your understanding of the main idea, previous questions, and any notes you've taken to help you. 308. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Let's try the steps on a practice passage. Use your CD or online audio files to follow along. Step 1. Actively listen to the selection. If you intend to take notes, take a moment to organize your scrap paper. Remember, you don't want to try to write down everything. Instead, as we've discussed, focus on the main topic, structure, and tone. Listen carefully for these parts and be sure to write them down. Keep in mind the basic principles you have learned throughout this book. You should expect to hear the main idea or purpose at the very beginning of the speech and the majority of the details and supporting examples throughout the rest. A lecture or conversation usually will have a conclusion as well. Screens similar to the ones that follow will introduce each passage. 10. Cracking the listening section. 309. When you are ready, play track 3 on the accompanying CD or audio files online. After you are finished listening to the lecture and questions that follow, try to answer the questions below. If you are having difficulty answering the questions, replay the selection. A transcript of the lecture is also included on the next 2 pages for your reference. But don't cheat and read along as you listen to the track. What is the main idea of the lecture? What is the structure of the lecture? What is the lecturer's tone? Let's look at a transcript of the lecture and find the important points. Narrator. Listen to a biology professor give a talk on an environmental issue. Professor. There's been a lot of talk over the last few decades about greenhouse gases, those gases in the atmosphere that trap radiation from the sun so that after it passes into the atmosphere it doesn't pass out. People are increasingly conscious of the environmental effects of their daily activities, which is a good thing. But all the publicity can be confusing too. I think writing for the general public about science is a real service, but... well, it's not nice to say, but... I'll wish some of these people would verify things with real scientists more often. They'd save themselves some embarrassment. With that in mind, I'd like to clear up some things about that hot topic, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It absorbs energy from the sun. In that respect, It's like water vapor and methane, two other naturally occurring greenhouse gases. You all know that carbon dioxide is produced when we burn fossil fuels, coal, petroleum products, natural gas, and that those fuels run a lot of the machines and manufacturing processes that drive modern life. Those are the sources that get all the public attention, but, of course, we produce carbon dioxide as a waste product too. It's one of the byproducts of respiration. We breathe in air, use up some of the oxygen, and breathe out air that contains carbon dioxide. So do other animals. Because carbon dioxide is part 310 cracking the TOEFL IDT of the natural life cycle, nature has a way of dealing with it. How does nature control the amount of carbon dioxide floating around in the atmosphere? Male student: I thought the ocean soaked it up. Professor: yes, that's one way. Carbon dioxide is very soluble in water. Soluble. I don't have to explain that one to you because the root's related to the word dissolve, right? So carbon dioxide is pulled readily out of the air and into the water. Now, the oceans also release some of their carbon dioxide, but on balance, they absorb more. So that means that, if we produce artificially more than would naturally be emitted through life processes, the ocean could, as Jason put it, soak it up. Unfortunately, if we're looking for a solution to carbon dioxide pollution, the ocean isn't it, and that's because the ocean absorbs gases from the atmosphere very, very slowly. If we suddenly increase the amount of carbon dioxide we produced, current models suggest that it would take 1,000 years for it to mix into seawater. And even then, there would still be a small amount left. So over the short and medium term, we can't rely on the ocean to take up the slack for us. Okay, so that's one way nature deals with carbon dioxide. What's the other? Female student: plants, isn't it? I mean, plants breathe carbon dioxide the way we breathe air. Professor: sure, I was actually kind of surprised that wasn't the one mentioned first. Yes, plants require carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. The more dense the growth of large plants, the more carbon dioxide is absorbed. Such an area, including forests of large, old-growth trees, and also the ocean, where carbon dioxide is absorbed in large quantities, is called a carbon sink. The carbon dioxide gas is sucked in kind of the way water is sucked down the drain in your sink after you wash the dishes. In fact, in the ocean, there are algae, seaweed, other kinds of marine plants too that rely on carbon dioxide to perform photosynthesis, just like the green plants on land. It's just that algae are far, far smaller. Now, here's something interesting. Like the ocean, green plants release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as well as absorb it, when a plant dies. You know, if it burns in a forest fire or just dies of old age and decays, then its carbon dioxide is back in the air. So it only holds it in over its lifetime. However, this is the interesting part. Unlike the ocean, green plants soak up carbon dioxide to use it, to make the energy they need to live and grow. So what they've found in some regions, populated, industrialized regions, is that increased levels of carbon dioxide can stimulate plant growth. There's more of the fuel the plants need for energy, so they grow more green and dense and lush. 10. Cracking the listening section 311 and use more of it. In other words, the amount of carbon dioxide used up by plants can increase quickly in response to the environment. Some people have suggested that we can use that natural phenomenon to help deal with increased levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Narrator: what is the discussion mainly about? What is the problem with relying on the oceans to solve the problem of excess amounts of carbon dioxide? Why does the professor mention that carbon dioxide is a byproduct of respiration? What did the professor call areas where carbon dioxide is absorbed in large quantities? What did the professor mean by this? As stated earlier, expect the main idea to show up early in the lecture. The very first sentence of the lecture gives us the topic. There's been a lot of talk over the last few decades about greenhouse gases, those gases in the atmosphere that trap radiation from the sun so that after it passes into the atmosphere it doesn't pass out. A little later on, the professor specifies exactly what aspect of greenhouse gases the lecture will discuss. With that in mind, I'd like to clear up some things about that hot topic, carbon dioxide. From these lines, we have the basic purpose of the lecture. Hopefully, you are now on the lookout for the things the professor wants to clear up. The professor continues to talk about two major areas. The first is in the following lines. Professor, how does nature control the amount of carbon dioxide floating around in the atmosphere? Male student. I thought the ocean soaked it up. Professor. Yes, that's one way. This is the first important detail in the lecture. You may have noticed that the professor also mentioned the following. Unfortunately, if we're looking for a solution to carbon dioxide pollution, the ocean isn't it, and that's because the ocean absorbs gases from the atmosphere very, very slowly. These lines have a good tone indicator, unfortunately, and a good transition, and that's because. You should also note that the professor repeats the fact about the ocean not being suitable for absorbing carbon dioxide in the next 4 lines as well, so you have a few opportunities to pick up this important point. 312 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. The next major detail occurs here. Professor. Okay, so that's one way nature deals with carbon dioxide. What's the other? Female student. Plants, isn't it? I mean, plants breathe carbon dioxide the way we breathe air. The professor continues with the following, which you may have noted. However, this is the interesting part. Unlike the ocean, green plants soak up carbon dioxide to use it, to make the energy they need to live and grow. Once again, the lecturer uses strong transitions, such as, however, and tone words, such as, interesting part, to alert you to important details. If you were able to pick up on these parts of the lecture, chances are you'll be in pretty good shape for the listening section. As we've mentioned before, you're not expected to memorize or comprehend every detail of the lecture. Here are some possible responses to the earlier questions. What is the main idea of the lecture? Oceans and plants are nature's way of controlling carbon dioxide. What is the structure of the lecture? It's mostly compare anti-contract. 2 methods are looked at. What is the lecturer's tone? Mostly neutral, with occasional positive, here's the interesting part, and negative, unfortunately, digressions. You'll find that a basic understanding of these major points will help you to answer most of the questions following the lecture or conversation. The important thing is not to become stressed or worried that you didn't understand every single part of the talk. Step 2. Attack the questions. The questions in the listening section are very similar to the questions in the reading section. Of course, the major differences are that you will hear the lecture or conversation only once and that you will not be able to skip questions and come back to them later. The following types of questions appear most often in the listening section. 1. Main idea questions. The first question of the set will typically be a main idea question. Considering the work you've done up to this point, the main idea question shouldn't be too difficult for you to answer. However, we'll go over some post strategies just in case. 2. Detail questions. The majority of the questions following the lectures or conversations will ask about facts from the selections. The details will not be about minor points, but rather about major points. 10. Cracking the listening section. 313.5. Purpose questions. Some questions will ask you why the speaker mentioned a particular detail or fact. For these questions, it is helpful to think about the overall structure of the selection. 4. Definition questions. Often, during a lecture, definitions rarely, if ever, show up in conversations. The lecturer will define a particular term for his or her students. Pay attention if you hear the speaker signal a definition with one of the following expressions. A caucus is a secret party meeting. A caucus is defined as a secret party meeting. A caucus is the word used for a secret party meeting. Sometimes the speaker will reverse the order of the term in the definition. A secret party meeting is known as a caucus. A secret party meeting is called a caucus. A secret party meeting is referred to as a caucus. Finally, the definition may be placed in the middle of a larger phrase. A caucus, a secret party meeting, is usually held in emergencies. A caucus, that is, a secret party meeting, is usually held in emergencies. A caucus, or a secret party meeting, is usually held in emergencies. 5. Inference or suggestion questions. The TOEFL will often test your ability to read between the lines, or more precisely, listen between the lines. There will often be questions asking what the speaker is suggesting or what he or she really means by a particular phrase. A person will often suggest something by using one of the following phrases. Why not come back later? How about coming back later? What about coming back later? Why don't you come back later? If I were you, I'd come back later. You should come back later. You could always come back later. Maybe you could come back later. It may not be a bad idea to come back later. Each of these constructions is a way of expressing the same basic idea that someone may return later. 6. Multiple choice questions. Some questions in the listening section require you to select more than one example. Many times, these questions ask you to list the main details or points made in the lecture. Step 3. Use PO aggressively. Because you are unable to listen to the lecture or conversation more than once, you'll have to focus on using good PO strategies when answering the questions. If you've missed a key point of the lecture or conversation, you can still increase your chances of getting a question correct by eliminating answers that aren't likely to be correct. Before we go through the question types and the PO strategies, you may want to listen to track 3 on the accompanying CD or online one more time. We'll identify the question types and apply test-taking techniques to work through the questions that follow. 314. Cracking the TOEFL IBT Main Idea Questions. Question 1 is a typical main idea question on the TOEFL. 1. What is the discussion mainly about? A. A new solution for carbon dioxide pollution. B. Types of plants used to absorb excess carbon dioxide. Circa. How nature controls the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. D. 2 ways carbon dioxide is absorbed by the ocean. As we saw earlier in our active listening section, the speaker began by talking about carbon dioxide and mentioned 2 major ways that carbon dioxide is absorbed by nature, by oceans and by plants. Thus, C is the best answer. Here's why the other answer choices are incorrect. For main idea questions, wrong answer choices may be too specific. For example, B talks only about plants. Even if you weren't sure exactly what the lecture was about, you may have noticed that plants did not appear until the end of the lecture. Any details that you hear mentioned only toward the end of the lecture will never be the main idea. Of course, some answers will contain information that is not mentioned at all. Choice A states that the lecture was about a solution for pollution. But no solution was offered. Even if you feel that you missed something important during the lecture, be aggressive. The lecture mentioned 2 key points, the ocean and plants. Choice A states there is one solution. The great thing about a multiple choice test is that there are usually a few ways to look at wrong answers. Questions on the TOEFL will also typically contain a trap answer, which uses words or phrases from the lecture or conversation in a deceptive manner. Choice D is a good example of a trap answer. The first part of the choice talks about 2 ways. This matches up with the 2 key examples used in the lecture. Next, the choice talks about carbon dioxide, which obviously is part of the lecture also. Finally, the choice contains the ocean, a match with one of the examples in the lecture. Unfortunately, the lecture is about 2 ways nature absorbs carbon dioxide, not 2 ways the ocean absorbs it. The lesson here is that if you are uncertain of the right answer, and if one of the choices seems too good to be true, it's a trap. 10. Cracking the listening section. 315. Still, be careful to use this advice only when you're stuck. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself crazy over analyzing the answer choices. One other wrong answer type that may appear on a main idea question is a choice that is too broad. This is the opposite of an overly specific answer choice. For example, suppose there had been the following answer choice: E. The effect of environmental issues on everyday life. This answer is too general. The lecture does have an environmental theme, but the correct answer has to reflect more of the details of the talk, not just the basic idea. PO strategies for main idea questions. When answering a main idea question, make sure you avoid the following answer types. Answers that are too specific. Remember that the main idea should be something that ties into the entire lecture. If the answer choice focuses on a detail that you remember hearing only once, it is too specific. Similarly, an answer choice that focuses on something that is mentioned only toward the end of the lecture will not be correct. Answers that are too broad. If the answer choice deals with a topic or theme mentioned early in the lecture but doesn't address the details of the talk, it is too broad and therefore incorrect. Answers that are not mentioned. The TOEFL is not a memorization test. If you don't recall hearing anything about the focus of a particular answer choice, then that choice is most likely incorrect. The selections on the TOEFL are centered on a topic and continually refer back to it. Thus, it is unlikely that you somehow miss the main idea. Answers that are traps. Use this only as a last resort. If you are really stuck on a question, avoid answers that seem too good to be true. Once you've answered the main idea question, keep the answer you've selected in mind. It can help you on some of the other questions. 316. Cracking the TOEFL IBT detail questions. As you know from the reading section, detail questions ask you about specific facts from the discussion. Fortunately, the wrong answers to detail questions in the listening section tend to be a little more obviously wrong. Question 2 is a typical detail question. 2. What is the problem with relying on the oceans to solve the problem of excess amounts of carbon dioxide? A. Most sources of carbon dioxide are far from the ocean. B. Seawater takes in carbon dioxide very slowly. C. The oceans have already absorbed their limit of carbon dioxide. D. The number of marine plants is decreasing. The answer to this question was one of the key points in the lecture. Recall that the professor alerted us to an important point by saying the following. Unfortunately, if we're looking for a solution to carbon dioxide pollution, the ocean isn't it, and that's because the ocean absorbs gases from the atmosphere very, very slowly. We noted this because of the speaker's use of the important tone indicator word unfortunately. Thus, the correct answer is B. If you are having trouble identifying the incorrect answer, you may still be able to eliminate some answers. Extreme answers, for example, are usually incorrect. You've seen these answers in the reading section, and they appear in the listening section as well. Choice C is a good example of an extreme choice. It makes a pretty absolute statement that oceans have absorbed their limit of carbon dioxide. Many extreme answers use words such as the following: always, never, all, none, every, everything, nothing, only, impossible. 10. Cracking the listening section. 317. Another way of eliminating answers on detailed questions is to cross off choices that are contrary to the main idea. For example, in this lecture, if you were able to figure out that the speaker gave oceans and plants as the two main examples, you should eliminate D because that focuses on marine plants, which was a separate example in the lecture. If you keep your eyes out for these two common types of wrong answers, you will have a 50% chance of getting the question right. Those odds aren't so bad. Post strategies for detailed questions. When you are stumped on a detailed question, don't give up. Look for the following types of answers and eliminate them. Extreme answers. Compare the answers. Eliminate any with extreme wording and go with the safe answer. Correct answers on the TOEFL often use fairly bland language. Answers that are contrary to the main idea asterisk. Even if you are uncertain of a specific detail from the selection, you may be able to use your understanding of the main idea to eliminate choices. Detailed questions may also have trap answers. Unfortunately, these answers are harder to identify than those on main idea questions. But again, if all else fails, try not to pick answers that seem too obvious or easy. Purpose questions. It is important to try to pay attention to the structure of the selection as you listen. If you grasp the structure, it will make purpose questions, like the following one, easier. 3. Why does the professor mention that carbon dioxide is a byproduct of respiration? A. To emphasize the importance of carbon dioxide to life on Earth. B. To explain the need for more scientific writings about the environment. Circa. To provide some background information for a discussion of carbon dioxide. D. To give an example of the dangers of environmental pollution. Before trying to answer this question, think about the structure of the lecture. We saw earlier that the professor looks at two key examples, oceans and plants, and compares and contrasts them. Although the lectures on the TOEFL may have some minor digressions, most of the information should in some way relate to the big picture. That means you can safely eliminate. 318. Cracking the TOEFL IBT answers that seem to introduce new ideas. For example, B should be eliminated. The lecture is not about scientific writings, although they are mentioned once, they never appear again. Similarly, D can be eliminated as well. The lecture doesn't focus on environmental pollution or its dangers. That leaves A and C. Once again, think about the big picture and look for the answer containing information that is contrary to the main idea. Choice A talks about life on Earth. But half of the lecture is about the ocean, which is not alive, so eliminate A. That leaves us with C as the correct answer. Post strategies for purpose questions. Keep the main idea in mind as you attack purpose questions. Get rid of answers that contain the following. New ideas. The purpose of examples and details is to support the main idea. Answer choices that contain new information not related to the main idea or wrong. Information contrary to the main idea. You should also eliminate any answers that seem to go against the main idea of the lecture. Definition questions. Definition questions require you to recall a very specific part of the lecture. Thus, they can be very difficult. Question 4 is an example of one. 4. What did the professor call areas where carbon dioxide is absorbed in large quantities? A. Sinks. B. Greenhouses. Circa. Algae. D. Wastes. Unfortunately, if you didn't catch this part of the lecture, PO won't help you much. You can use your knowledge of the words and common sense to eliminate choices, but if you're unsure of the words, you'll have to take a blind guess. 10. Cracking the listening section 319. The professor defined the word at this point in the lecture. Such an area, including forests of large, old-growth trees, and also the ocean, where carbon dioxide is absorbed in large quantities, is called a carbon sink. The carbon dioxide gas is sucked in kind of the way water is sucked down the drain in your sink after you wash the dishes. Therefore, the correct answer is A. PO strategies for definition questions. Your best option when trying to use PO on definition questions is to use your vocabulary. If you happen to know one or more of the words in the answer choices, see if any of the words will work. It is unlikely that the correct definition for a question on the TOEFL will be radically different from the standard definition of the word. Inference suggestion questions. For inference and suggestion questions, you will often hear a portion of the speech replayed before you answer the questions. When a portion of the lecture is going to be repeated, you will always see a screen similar to the one below. Listen again to part of the discussion. Then answer the question. 320. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. On the actual test, the excerpt from the selection will not appear on the screen. You will only hear it. 5. What did the professor mean by this? I think writing for the general public about science is a real service, but... well, it's not nice to say, but... I wish some of these people would verify things with real scientists more often. They'd save themselves some embarrassment. The text above will not be shown on the screen. You will hear the audio only. A. He is frequently asked to write articles about science. B. Some popular writing about science is inaccurate. C. Students should not be embarrassed at their lack of knowledge. D. More writers are becoming interested in the topic of pollution. For these types of questions, we have to figure out what the speaker is really saying. The phrase in question contains a suggestion. I wish some of these people would verify things with real scientists more often. Thus, the speaker is indicating that she thinks the writers need to verify their work. The next part of the selection clarifies this suggestion further. They'd save themselves some embarrassment. Let's start eliminating some answers. Choice A is on the wrong topic. The speaker is stating his wish for other people's writing, not making a suggestion to himself. That wouldn't make sense. Eliminate it. Choice C has the same problem. The professor is talking about writers, not students. 10. Cracking the listening section 321. Choice D has the wrong tone. Even if you're not exactly sure what the speaker is trying to say, you may be able to identify the selection as positive or negative. In this case, the selection is somewhat negative. They'd save themselves some embarrassment, but D is fairly positive. So eliminate it. We're left with B as the correct answer. Let's try it again, this time with an inference question. 6. Listen again to part of the discussion. Then, answer the question. Soluble. I don't have to explain that one to you, because the root's related to the word dissolve, right? The text above will not be shown on the screen. You will hear the audio only. What did the professor imply? A. He is not sure about the origin of the word. B. He has previously explained the meaning of the word. C. The students should understand the meaning of the term. D. He is using the term in an unusual way. This selection contains a good example of the negations we mentioned earlier when discussing transitions. As used in this context, the word right means that the speaker assumes the students understand the topic without needing any further explanation. We also have some PO options on this question. Choice A is on the wrong topic. The professor is addressing the students, not himself. Eliminate this choice. Choice D has the wrong tone. The professor is indicating that he doesn't have to explain the term, so it doesn't make sense for him to use the term in an unusual way and not explain it. That leaves B and C. Choice B is tempting, but we have no way of knowing whether it's true. Remember that on the TOEFL, we should be able to support our inferences. Therefore, C is the best answer. 322. Cracking the TOEFL IBT PO strategies for inference or suggestion questions. The three most important PO strategies for these questions are to pay attention to the following types of answers. Wrong topic. Stick to the topic. Think about the main idea, and eliminate answers that don't relate to it. Also, eliminate answers that don't make sense based on your understanding of the selection. Wrong tone. Even if you're unsure of what the speaker is saying, you may be able to figure out the tone. Decide if speaker views the subject as positive or negative, and eliminate answers that don't work. Extreme. Inference and suggestion questions often have extreme answer choices as well. If you see one, eliminate it. Multiple choice questions. These questions ask you to select more than one answer. You must rely on your knowledge of the main idea and the structure of the selection to answer them correctly. Question 7 is an example of this type. 7. How are plants different from the oceans in the way they absorb carbon dioxide? Click on 2 answers. A. Plants never release carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere. B. The rate of absorption by plants can increase rapidly. C. Plants immediately use what they absorb. D. Plants do not convert carbon dioxide into other chemicals. As you can see, it's important while you're listening to try to understand the structure of the lecture. This lecture involved a comparison and contrast between 2 ways in which carbon dioxide is absorbed by nature. You may remember that the professor hinted that some important information was about to come when he made the following statement. However, this is the interesting part. Unlike the ocean, green plants soak up carbon dioxide to use it, to make the energy they need to live and grow. Thus, we know that plants use the carbon dioxide they absorb. Now, let's use PO. You may have noticed that both A and C contain extreme language, the words, never, and, immediately. Thus, in this instance as well as with other questions on the TOEFL, they're wrong. So, even if you didn't remember the exact differences mentioned in the top, you can still get the question right. 10. Cracking the listening section, 323 PO strategies for multiple choice questions. Multiple choice questions are typically either detail questions or main idea questions, so use the same PO strategies provided earlier in this chapter. Final tips for the listening section. Tip 1. Know the test, and you're halfway there. Because the new generation TOEFL IBT test is given on such a grand scale, just like any standardized tests, appropriations have been made so that every official ETS IBT test you take essentially looks the same. This includes everything from the instructions on the screen to test day procedures. And, since ETS has done their utmost to make sure there are no major changes made to the test to throw you off or trip you up, knowing the test will only help you save precious moments on the test. Remember, knowing is half the battle. Tip 2. Scratch paper. Use it wisely. As you probably already know, scratch paper is provided to you on all sections of the new generation TOEFL IBT test. While this fact can help you keep things in order on the reading section and help you brainstorm on the writing section, scratch paper should be your staple weapon of choice on the listening and speaking sections. Why, you ask? The answer is simple. On the reading section, the reading passages are always there as a veritable safety net for you to fall back on and check your answers with as you go along. Because you have only one chance to listen to the conversations and lectures in the listening and speaking sections, your notes must be thorough enough that you catch as many details as possible. This does not mean, however, that you have to write down the conversations and lectures verbatim, because no one on earth writes that fast. These excellent notes will be yours to look at for as long as you need to during the test. The notes are collected and destroyed at the end of every test. Remember, if you think it's important, write it down. Tip 3. Know your vocabulary. The English language is vast, and while the exact number of words in the English language is a hotly debated topic, it never hurts to know more vocabulary words. Because the topics covered on the TOEFL IBT do not range out of a certain scope of academic topics, knowing the jargon used in those fields will benefit you greatly. Since seeing a word in context is the fastest way to improve your working vocabulary, a vocabulary that you can readily use, read as much as you can and watch your vocabulary soar to new heights. Check out Chapter 6 for a helpful vocabulary list with terms, definitions, pronunciation, and more. 324 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Tip 4. Do what you can to prepare. Tip 3 told you to read as much as you can as a way to improve your working vocabulary. However, doing this alone will not improve your English ability. You also need to hear how the words are spoken. In English, as in other languages, how something is said is just as important as what is said. Thus, intonation plays a role in how what you say gets received. You should not only listen to English, but repeat what you hear, as well. If imitation is the best form of flattery, then why not imitate native speakers of English? Note-taking. The 10 Commandments of Note-taking. 1. Don't write everything you hear. When listening, be alert and attentive. Pay attention to the main points. Concentrate on the meat of the material, not the fat. 2. Use key words. Notes should never be in full sentences. 3. Take accurate notes. Paraphrase what the speaker says using your own words, but do not change the meaning. If you are going to quote directly, quote correctly. 4. Think before you start writing. Write down only things that are important. Do not take notes just to take notes. 5. Have a uniform system of abbreviations or shortcuts that make sense to you. Use an outline with indentations to show importance. Leave space for additional notes. 6. Be concise. Keep your notes short and to the point. 7. Don't worry if you miss a point. 8. Don't keep notes on oddly shaped pieces of paper. You don't want to take notes on a napkin and accidentally throw your notes away. 9. Shortly after finishing your notes, go back and fill in spots you missed and spell out words you wrote only parts of the first time. 10. Review your notes regularly. 10. Cracking the listening section I-325 The 5 R's of note-taking. Record, reduce, recite, reflect, review. During the lecture, write down as many meaningful facts as possible. Write legibly. Don't try to write everything. Listen to part of the lecture and paraphrase what the speaker has said. Summarizing clarifies meaning, strengthens relationships between ideas, and strengthens memory. Cover the details of your notes and attempt to summarize what you have just heard using only the keywords. This will help you internalize the material faster. The best students will look back on their notes and categorize them in their mind. Putting things into categories, outlines, or other structures will help when trying to access the information at a later date. If you spend 10 minutes a day reviewing your notes, you will spend less time cramming for tests. You will feel more relaxed going into a test and score better as well. 326 Cracking the TOEFL IBT 6 Habits of Bad Listeners. 1. Thinking the subject matter is boring. Everyone has subjects they don't like. Most people have a favorite subject in school. Have you noticed that you pay more attention in the classes you like? All you have to do is remember one tiny word and you'll be okay. Use. Good listeners will try to find something practical in what the speaker is saying so the listener may use it later on. 2. Criticizing the speaker. Have you also noticed that school subjects and whether or not you like them also affects what you think about the teacher? Many students feel the teachers of the classes they like are prettier or more handsome, smile more, and are nicer. This is wrong. Since you will not be tested on how the speaker speaks, whether he or she speaks with an accent, or speaking speed, do not criticize these things. Even though the speaker's style might be annoying, good listeners soon become oblivious to the speaker's mannerisms and pay attention to the speaker's content. Good listeners know that what the speaker is saying is 10 times more important than how he or she says it. 3. Pay attention. Too many times, we let little things about a speaker bother us. Sometimes it can be as simple as how a certain word is said, or the speaker's accent. Either way, if we pay attention to these kinds of things and not to what the speaker is saying, we will miss the important points the speaker is trying to make. Sometimes, the problem is that what the speaker is saying comes in conflict with our own opinions, and because that bothers us, we tune the speaker out because we don't like hearing about things we don't agree with. This can be especially dangerous, because whether or not we agree with what is being said, we should be paying attention. After all, it could be on the test. 4. Organization. We mentioned earlier that organization while taking notes is very important. While your personal organization is very important, understanding the speaker's organization is equally, if not more, important. If you know what the speaker's main purpose is and you are able to figure out the organization, sometimes this is given in the opening statements of the speaker's lecture, you will be better able to anticipate what the speaker is going to say. Expecting someone to say something is one of the tactics of successful active listeners. 10. Cracking the listening section, 327.5. Main ideas versus details. The more things you listen to, as well as the more often you are required to take notes, the better you will get at each of these practices. You must be able to distinguish between main ideas and minor details quickly. The quicker you are able to do this well, the better organized your notes will be. This will allow you to find information easier when the time comes to access your notes. 6. Take notes while you listen. While you are listening, make sure you are writing things down, not getting lost in the speaker's lecture. Sometimes what the speaker is saying can be overwhelming, but just as Rome wasn't built in a day, you won't get better at note-taking unless you practice a lot. The more often you take notes while you listen to something, the more information you will retain. 328 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Listening Summary. Good job. You are halfway through your TOEFL preparation. Here are some important points to remember that will help you crack the listening section. Oh, don't memorize. Understand. The most common mistake on the listening section is to try to do too much. Look for the big picture, main idea, structure, and tone. Don't get lost in the details. Oh, taking notes is optional. If taking notes interferes with your ability to comprehend what you're listening to, then don't do it. Take notes only if you are able to write and maintain your focus on the selection. Oh, if you do choose to take notes, remember the 5 R's of note-taking: record, reduce, recite, reflect, review. Oh, know what bad answers look like. Make sure you're familiar with the kinds of bad answers that appear most frequently on the TOEFL. Oh, stay aggressive. If you don't catch an important detail, don't panic. Stay aggressive and eliminate answers based on your knowledge of the main idea, structure, tone, and previous questions. Now that we've worked with the passages and lectures on the TOEFL, it's time to create some passages and speeches of our own. Let's practice the listening section with some drills, and then move on to the speaking and writing sections. Chapter 11 Listening Practice Drills. You're now ready to crack the listening section. Remember to use the strategies and guidelines you learned in the previous chapter. Pay special attention to PO process of elimination. If you're stuck, get rid of as many bad answers as you can. After you've finished, check your answers and look over the explanations provided in the next chapter. Good luck. Listening practice drill number 1. A conversation on the TOEFL. You will see screens similar to the ones shown below and on the pages that follow. Listen to track 4 on the CD or in your student tools. Then answer the following questions. Student Services Conversation 332. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 1. What are the speakers mainly discussing? A. An increase in student services fees. B. Helping figure out why she's feeling down. Circa. Majoring in psychology. D. The difference between professionals and amateurs. 2. Why does Julia encourage to go to the student counseling center? A. She feels it was a helpful resource for her. B. It's off campus, so no one will know she's going. C. She won't need a referral to go. D. She will be judged by the professionals. 3. What is Thomas' initial reaction to going to the student counseling center? A. She is afraid of being judged. B. She doesn't think it will help. C. She has already gone and found it unhelpful. D. She didn't know it was an option. 11. Listening practice drills 333. Listen again to part of the discussion. Then answer the question. 4. Listen again to part of the conversation. Then answer the question. K. Yeah, I guess. But I bet it costs a lot. I just don't have much to spend these days. J. Actually, it's one of the resources we pay for with our student services fees every semester. I mean, there's a limit as to how often you can go in a semester, but at least you can get some kind of help at no extra cost. What does Julia imply about the student counseling center? A. She no longer needs the support of the center. B. She thinks will be fine without going. C. It will not cost anything to start getting help. D. It is an underused resource on campus. 5. What does say are her primary symptoms? Click on 2 answers. A. She feels down a lot. B. She has thought about transferring schools. C. She has not been sleeping well. D. She is losing weight. 334. Cracking the TOEFL IBT Listening Practice Drill number 2. A conversation. Listen to track 5 on the CD or in your student tools. Then answer the following questions. 1. Why does the professor want to talk with the student? A. She has exciting news to share. B. She wants to offer him an internship. C. She is concerned about his grades. D. She wants to recognize him for his achievements. 2. What explanation does the student offer in response to the professor's concern? A. He has been spending too much time with friends. B. He was up late playing video games. C. He doesn't care about his grades. D. He has been working more than usual. 3. What does the professor offer as the first step in a plan to help the student? A. Attend a different section of the class. B. Read anything he missed already. Circa. Attend office hours. D. Write an extra paper. 4. What else does the student commit to in order to ensure he passes the class? A. Doing extra credit projects outside of class. B. Reading any material he missed. Circa. Reading extra material. D. Conducting additional online research on the topics covered. 5. Listen again to part of the conversation. Plus, if you're not in class, I'm afraid you won't learn the material well enough to get a good enough grade on the final to pass the class. What does the professor imply? A. The student hasn't learned anything this semester. B. The student will pass the class without difficulty. C. The student can take the class online. D. The student is in danger of failing the class. 11. Listening practice drills 335. Listening practice drill number 3. A lecture. Listen to track 6 on the CD or in your student tools. Then answer the following questions. Music history. 336. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 1. What is the lecture mainly about? A. How composers express their political beliefs in their music. B. Why composers write their music in particular styles. Circa. How two composers incorporated nationalistic themes in their music. D. Why Louis Armstrong was a popular musician. 2. According to the professor, which of the following did composers include in their music to represent their national identities? A. Folk songs. B. Non-European ideals. Circa. Mazurkas. D. African music. 3. Why does the professor believe that African Americans were interested in purchasing recordings of slave spirituals? A. They expressed African Americans' desires to be recognized as equals. B. They represented music similar to that of African Americans' ancestors. C. They represented music with which former slaves and their early descendants could identify. D. They identified feelings that were common across all African Americans. 4. Listen again to part of the lecture. So, what do I mean by saying that the nationalism in jazz is split along ethnic lines? Well, check this out. Jazz originally came out of spiritual songs slaves would sing. What did the professor mean by this? Check this out. A. He's going to answer his own question. B. He needs to confirm some facts. C. He is going to check out some jazz from the library. D. He is going to write a check. 5. Why did the professor think it was interesting that Louis Armstrong was popular among both white Americans and African Americans? Click on two answers. A. B. C. D. He was African American. He was an accomplished musician. He ignored elements of the slave spirituals. He embraced self-sufficiency as a personal ideal. 11. Listening practice drills 337-6. Why does the professor believe that Chopin incorporated folk rhythms in his music? A. He wanted to help the Polish people maintain a sense of identity. B. He disliked the folk rhythms. C. He wanted to create modern dance music. D. He wanted to honor the Mazovia region of Poland. 338. Cracking the TOEFL IBT listening practice drill number 4. A lecture. Listen to track 7 on the CD or in your student tools. Then answer the following questions. 11. Listening practice drills 339-1. What is the lecture mainly about? A. How to lose weight. B. Why people struggle to lose weight. Circa. Why America's obesity problem is worse than that in other countries. D. The impact that fast food has had on Americans' health. 2. Which of the following is true, according to the professor? A. It's easy to lose weight. B. Walking to work is better than driving. C. Portion sizes have shrunk in the last 50 years. D. There can be more than one factor that contributes to weight gain. 340. Cracking the TOEFL IBT 3. Listen again to part of the lecture. One consideration is that for some folks, the system that sends signals back and forth between organs such as the stomach and the brain is out of whack. So what can happen is that when the stomach sends a signal to the brain to stop taking in food, the brain doesn't recognize it and so the person just keeps eating. What did the professor mean by this? Out of whack. A. The system may be unemployed. B. The system may be overused. C. The system may not function properly. D. The system may cause overeating. 4. What does the professor suggest as a viable weight loss solution? A. Dieting. B. Exercise. Circa. Protein shakes. D. Using a scale. 5. Which one of the following factors is a possible contributor to the obesity epidemic? A. Stress. B. Massage. Circa. Salt intake. D. Increased movement. 6. What does the professor believe contribute to the likelihood to overeat? Click on two answers. A. B. C. D. Watching television reward system. Nausea. Broken feedback system. 11. Listening practice drills 341. Listening practice drill number 5. A lecture. Listen to track 8 on the CD or in your student tools. Then answer the following questions. 1. According to the professor, why was trade with non-essential goods difficult? A. Poor societies cannot devote resources to making non-essential goods. B. Non-essential goods are often large and heavy to carry. C. Different societies have different systems of value. D. The decorations used by early societies were too simple to be valuable. 2. Why did people begin relying on gold and gold specialists? Click on 3 answers. A. Gold was difficult to transport. B. Travelers were in danger from thieves. C. Only specialists could determine its value. D. Gold doesn't spoil. 342. Cracking the TOEFL IBT3. How did gold specialists indicate the value of the gold they received? A. They recorded where it had been mined. B. They recorded its purity and density. C. They lent out only the highest quality gold. D. They issued receipts in different colors. 4. Listen again to part of the lecture. Then answer the question. Male student, so if you were storing 500 ounces of gold of whatever percent purity, you'd give the receipt back, and get your 500 ounces of gold back. They kept it for you in your own little drawer or something. Male professor. Whoops. I guess I did make it sound that way, thanks for catching that. What did the professor mean by this? Whoops. I guess I did make it sound that way, thanks for catching that. A. He was not sure what the student said. B. His statement was misleading. C. He wanted to emphasize a different point. D. The man's interpretation is correct. 5. Why did the professor say the receipts issued by gold shops were the first ancestors of money? A. All gold shops use the same standard format. B. They were written on small slips of paper. C. They represented the value of something else. D. They were used in societies where bartering was still practiced. 6. What is an ingot? A. A piece of gold. B. A gold specialist shop circa. A receipt. D. A cultural object. 11. Listening practice drills. 343. Chapter 12. Listening practice answers and explanations. Listening practice drill number 1. A conversation. Here is the transcript for drill number 1. Read through it and pay attention to the structure and purpose of the talk. J. Hi, how ya doing? K. Oh, hi, Julia. I guess I'm okay. J. Oh, what's going on? Is everything alright? K. Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know. I'm having a hard time caring about much these days. I just feel down, but I don't know why. I haven't been sleeping well, and I just feel kind of down. J. Have you thought about going to the Student Counseling Center? They're incredibly helpful. Last year I was having a hard time with some family stuff that came up, and it was really nice to be able to talk to someone to help sort out what was going on in my head. K. No, I don't like sharing my problems. I don't want people to think I can't handle life, or something. J. Yeah, I understand. But the cool thing about the folks there is that they're professionals. They're not the people you're going to see walking around campus. And they know that we all have stuff going on, and sometimes just need some help to figure it out and get through it. K. Yeah, I guess. But I bet it costs a lot. I just don't have much to spend these days. J. Actually, it's one of the resources we pay for with our student services fees every semester. I mean, there's a limit as to how often you can go in a semester, but at least you can get some kind of help at no extra cost. K. I just feel like I'm lost and that no one will be able to help me. Do you really feel like it helped you? J. I felt exactly the same way, and yes, I do believe that they were able to help. You'll never know if they can if you don't at least give it a shot. K. I suppose you're right. Okay, I'll at least go check them out. I guess it can't really hurt. This conversation falls into the students discussing a problem category, a very typical pattern on the TOEFL. Our first goal with a conversation is to identify the purpose of the interaction. Like the main idea, the purpose appears early in the conversation. In this case, the following lines reveal the purpose. K. Oh, hi, Julia. I guess I'm okay. J. Oh, what's going on? Everything alright? K. Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know. I'm having a hard time caring about much these days. I just feel down, but I don't know why. I haven't been sleeping well, and I just feel kind of blah. 346. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Once you identify a problem, your next goal is to try to listen for the solutions offered. In many cases, one listener will offer a solution, only to have the other speaker reject it. The listener will then advise another possible solution. In this case, the listener offers the following advice. J. Have you thought about going to the Student Counseling Center? They're incredibly helpful. Last year I was having a really hard time with some family stuff that came up, and it was really nice to be able to talk to someone to help sort out what was going on in my head. After the speaker says she doesn't like to share her problems because she doesn't want to be judged, the listener responds by showing the speaker won't be judged. J. Yeah, I understand. But the cool thing about the folks there is that they're professionals, they're not the kids you're going to see walking around campus. And they know that we all have stuff going on, and sometimes just need some help to figure it out and get through it. The speaker then proposes another reason not to go to the counseling center. K. Yeah, I guess. But I bet it costs a lot. I just don't have much to go around these days. The listener again challenges this objection. J. Actually, it's one of the resources we pay for with our student services fees every semester. I mean, there's a limit as to how often you can go in a semester, but at least you can get some kind of help at no extra cost. It is also very important to pay attention to tone when listening to conversations. Does the speaker accept the solutions or reject them? Was the problem solved by the end of the conversation or will it still be an issue? Paying attention to the tone will help you with PO. Look at some of Kama's responses. What is her tone? K. No, I don't like sharing my problems. I don't want people to think I can't handle life, or something. K. Yeah, I guess. But I bet it costs a lot. I just don't have much to go around these days. K. I suppose you're right. Okay, I'll at least go check them out. I guess it can't really hurt. It seems like she's initially against the idea, but eventually comes around to being willing to consider the solution of going to the counseling center. 12. Listening practice answers and explanations 347. Now, let's take a look at the questions. 1. B. This questions asks about the overall purpose of the selection. As we've discussed, the two are talking about helping Kama find a resource to help deal with feeling down. Eliminate A because although fees are mentioned, this is not the primary point of the selection. Choice B is the correct answer, because it focuses on Kama's emotional state. Choice C is out because the speakers are not talking about what either student should major in. Choice D is never mentioned. 2. This is a detail question. When Julia first suggests that Kama should go to the counseling center, she says she had gone, herself, and found it helpful, which directly relates to A. 3. This is another detail question. Kama's initial response to Julia's suggestion was as follows. K. No, I don't like sharing my problems. I don't want people to think I can't handle life, or something. When she says she doesn't want people to think she can't handle life, that's another way of saying she doesn't want to be judged by others, which matches A. 4. See, this questions asks us the purpose of something one speaker says. K. Yeah, I guess. But I bet it costs a lot. I just don't have much to go around these days. J. Actually, it's one of the resources we pay for with our student services fees every semester. I mean, there's a limit as to how often you can go in a semester, but at least you can get some kind of help at no extra cost. In this part of the conversation, Julia is telling Kama that the cost of the counseling center is already included in their student fees, so she won't have any additional out-of-pocket expenses, which is exactly what C says. 5. A. See, this questions asks for two details out of the passage. Within the first two statements Kama makes, she says the following. K. Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know. I'm having a hard time caring about much these days. I just feel down, but I don't know why. I haven't been sleeping well, and I just feel kind of blah. This statement corresponds to A and C. Listening practice drill number 2. A conversation. Here is a transcript of the conversation played for these questions. Make sure to read through the transcript below to familiarize yourself with the types of structures you will see on the TOEFL. Excuse me, Professor. You wanted to speak with me? P. Yes, Matthew. Please, come in and have a seat. M. Thank you. I got the note in my mailbox. Is everything okay? 348 Cracking the TOEFL IBTP. Well, Matthew, I wanted to talk with you about your grade in my class. M. Oh. P. I'm concerned. I haven't seen you in class much lately, and you know that participation is a significant portion of your final grade. Plus, if you're not in class, I'm afraid you won't learn the material well enough to get a good enough grade on the final to pass the class. Yes, ma'am, I understand. It's just, I've had to pick up more shifts at work because my dad lost his job and I'm trying to help pay the bills. That's a tough position to be in. Let me ask, are evenings easier for you to attend class? If so, you can come to my Thursday evening class section for the rest of the semester. But I need you to commit to being there every week through the end of the term. Oh, yes, that would work much better for me. I can absolutely be there for all of the remaining classes. Thank you so much. Well, I also need to know that you'll learn the material that you've missed in the last few classes. Can you make my Friday afternoon office hours? I'm willing to meet with you to review the material if you're willing to catch up on the reading you've missed. Yes, I can definitely make the Friday afternoon office hours. If we can start next week, I promise I'll get all of the reading done from the classes I missed. Very well, then. I'll see you in class this Thursday evening and next, and then I'll see you in office hours next Friday, with all of the reading under your belt. Once again, our first challenge during a conversation on the TOEFL is to identify the purpose. The purpose should appear within the first 2 to 4 exchanges between the speakers. In this conversation, the purpose is stated in the following lines. Well, Matthew, I wanted to talk with you about your grade in my class. I'm concerned. I haven't seen you in class much lately, and you know that participation is a significant portion of your final grade. Plus, if you're not in class, I'm afraid you won't learn the material well enough to get a good enough grade on the final to pass the class. This conversation is about what we call a service encounter. Matthew has been summoned to his professor's office to discuss his grade in her class. After identifying a conversation as a service encounter, listen for any problems the student may have encountered and any actions the professional recommends to the student. The first problem occurs at the following point in the conversation. I'm concerned. I haven't seen you in class much lately, and you know that participation is a significant portion of your final grade. Plus, if you're not in class, I'm afraid you won't learn the material well enough to get a good enough grade on the final to pass the class. 12. Listening practice answers and explanations 349. The student gives an explanation for his absences. Yes, ma'am, I understand. It's just, I've had to pick up more shifts at work because my dad lost his job and I'm trying to help pay the bills. The professor then offers 2 solutions. That's a tough position to be in. Let me ask, are evenings easier for you to attend class? If so, you can come to my Thursday evening class section for the rest of the semester. But I need you to commit to being there every week through the end of the term. Oh, yes, that would work much better for me. I can absolutely be there for all of the remaining classes. Thank you so much. Well, I also need to know that you'll learn the material that you've missed in the last few classes. Can you make my Friday afternoon office hours? I'm willing to meet with you to review the material if you're willing to catch up on the reading you've missed. Now let's take a look at the questions. 1. C. The professor clearly states that her concern is about the student's grades, especially since he has missed several classes. This most closely matches C. 2. D. In response to the professor's concern, the student replies that he's working more to help pay the bills since his dad lost his job. This matches up nicely with D. 3. The tricky part of this question is that the professor offered 2 possible solutions and the question is asking for the first of those 2. At the very least, make sure to eliminate anything that wasn't mentioned at all, like D. Then, think about which one was the bigger step, the more important step, or the one that would logically come first. In this case, the first step she offered was to allow the student to sit in on a different section of the class that meets in the evenings instead of during the day. This most closely matches A. 4. B. The second part of the solution the professor offered was office hours on Fridays, but she included the expectation that the student would do all of the necessary reading before coming to office hours. So, the part that the student explicitly committed to was catching up on all of his reading, or B. 5. D. Remember that inference questions are supported by the content of the conversation just as much as detail questions are. When the professor says, "I'm afraid you won't learn the material well enough to get a good enough grade on the final to pass the class," she's implying that if it's not good enough to pass then he will fail. This matches D. 350 Cracking the TOEFL IBT Listening Practice Drill Number 3. A lecture. Read the following transcript of the first lecture. Ask yourself how the lecture compares with reading selections with which you've worked. One of the most interesting aspects of history is the exploration of how artists express their political opinions in their art, particularly when people didn't feel they could speak their minds without recrimination. Among those expressions were music composers who incorporated ideas and motifs of a nationalistic style into their compositions. These themes, such as folk songs, can be associated with particular countries or regions of countries and are therefore part of a country's identity. Frédéric Chopin was one of the earliest composers to incorporate nationalistic ideas into his music, which was written primarily for solo piano. Born in Poland in 1810, Chopin grew up in a country that found itself controlled politically by Russia, Austria, and Prussia. As a result, he felt compelled to incorporate many elements of traditional Polish music in his compositions, in essence in an effort to maintain the Polish identity despite non-Polish rule. A particularly remarkable example of his use of folk music elements is in his mazurkas, of which he wrote at least 69 for piano. These are a variation of their original structure, which was a folk dance from Poland's Mazovia region. These folk dances were traditionally played on bagpipe and fiddle. Chopin borrowed the same rhythmic structures employed in the folk dances and used those as the basis for his mazurkas. The end results are not really intended as music for dancing and are definitely more technically sophisticated, but the underlying rhythms and melodies are clearly identifiable. Closer to home, we also see obvious nationalistic tendencies in 20th century jazz music. Interestingly, though, these tendencies are split along ethnic lines, the white American influence and the African American influence. Particularly intriguing is the fact that this divide came about in a country that for so long has prided itself on welcoming people of all backgrounds, going so far as to call itself a melting pot. So, what do I mean by saying that the nationalism in jazz is split along ethnic lines? Well, check this out. Jazz originally came out of spiritual songs slaves would sing. In the 1920s, what was really the heart of the jazz age, so to speak, these spirituals were recorded and marketed directly as race music, and were directly marketed toward members of the African Americans. So, this begs the question, why would an art form that was reminiscent of slavery be marketed toward African Americans decades after the abolition of slavery? I think it's because that's part of the national identity that former slaves and their first couple generations of descendants could identify as their own. Interestingly, Louis Armstrong, himself an African American, was a popular jazz artist among both African Americans and white Americans, but his form of jazz totally ignored any musical elements of the slave spiritual. He crossed the divide, so to speak. As jazz evolved, it continued to establish and support the desires of the African American community, especially. 12. Listening practice. Answers and explanations. 351 During a time when segregation was still common and racism widespread. At the pinnacle of the free jazz movement, for example, ideals such as self-sufficiency and a non-European ideal underscored the efforts of many independent recording facilities, not just those of the musicians themselves. Just as with a reading passage, a lecture will state its main purpose first. However, since the lectures are spoken, you will probably hear a brief introduction or greeting before the main idea is introduced. Here's an example. One of the most interesting aspects of history is the exploration of how artists express their political opinions in their art, particularly when people didn't feel they could speak their minds without recrimination. Among those expressions were music composers who incorporated ideas and motifs of a nationalistic style into their compositions. The first part of the excerpt is a brief introduction, one of the most interesting. Recrimination, after which the professor states the main purpose. Among those expressions were music composers who incorporated ideas and motifs of a nationalistic style into their compositions. Based on this statement, the lecture is most likely going to fit into the abstract category, specific examples category of lectures. That means we have to look for specific examples of composers incorporating nationalistic ideas into their compositions. Here's the first. Frédéric Chopin was one of the earliest composers to incorporate nationalistic ideas into his music, which was written primarily for solo piano. As you listen to the rest of the lecture, listen for the other example given. Closer to home, we also see obvious nationalistic tendencies in 20th century jazz music. With this understanding of the two examples, let's look at the questions. 1. C. Knowing that this passage fits into the abstract category, specific example structure helps significantly on the main idea questions. Use process of elimination to get rid of answers that don't address the entire passage. Choice A is too broad. This lecture didn't discuss all composers. B. Brings in the question of why composers use nationalistic themes, which is not what was discussed. And D is too narrow. While the professor discussed Louis Armstrong, that's not the main point of the lecture. 2. Be careful to categorize details that are mentioned to the best of your ability. In this case, the question is asking about a general characteristic that composers included in their works, which would have been mentioned earlier in the lecture, like A. Choice B was mentioned closer to the end of the lecture, when discussing jazz music. Choice C was a type of composition that Chopin wrote, and D was never mentioned in the lecture. 3. C. Think about the common theme of this passage, ethnic national identity. Even if you don't remember exactly what the professor said, choose the answer that comes closest to the overall ideas expressed. In this case, C is the only option that comes close to matching ethnic national identity. 352. Cracking the TOEFL IBT4. As with any colloquial expression, pay attention to the way the ideas are connected. The first sentence presents a question, and the second one includes an answer to that question. Find the answer that comes closest to describing that relationship, like A. 5. A. C. Hopefully this is in your recent memory, because Louis Armstrong was the last major topic discussed. Use process of elimination as effectively as you can, and you should at least be able to get rid of D. Bringing in a bit of common sense, you could likely get rid of B. Yes, he was an accomplished musician, but that doesn't necessarily address why he appealed to both white American and African American audiences. This would leave you with A and C. 6. Once again, keep the main idea of the lecture in mind, ethnic national identity. Eliminate answers that aren't in line with that idea. This will lead you directly to A, since it's the only that deals with identity. Listening practice drill number 4. A lecture here is a transcript of the second lecture. Try to use the active reading strategies you learned to identify the key parts. Obesity. Pretty much everyone recognizes it's a serious problem. Recent statistics indicate that nearly 78 million adults and 13 million children in the United States alone deal with the physical and emotional effects of obesity every day. It would seem like the solution is easy, wouldn't it? Eat less and move more. Or in other words, consume fewer calories and increase the number of calories burned through physical activity. And yet, more than 90 million Americans continue to battle the bulge. What makes it so difficult to lose weight? Experts believe there are a number of contributing factors. One consideration is that for some folks, the system that sends signals back and forth between organs such as the stomach and the brain is out of whack. So what can happen is that when the stomach sends a signal to the brain to stop taking in food, the brain doesn't recognize it, and so the person just keeps eating. And as if that alone wasn't bad enough, at the end of a meal the reward system can come into play. How so? Well, think about the last time you were at a restaurant and you were convinced that you were absolutely stuffed, and then the waitress brought over the dessert tray. Those desserts looked pretty tempting, didn't they? Turns out that's because of your reward system. It can make you want to eat whether you're hungry or not when you see or smell appetizing food. No wonder reducing the number of calories consumed can be so challenging. So, we're eating too much. But, experts also believe we're eating too much of the wrong foods, too. Most folks eat more than they should of red meat, unhealthy fats, refined grains, and processed food, never mind fast food options. What that ends up meaning is that we're eating fewer healthy foods, like fruits and vegetables, whole grains and nuts. Without these foods in our diets, we're not getting all of the nutrition our body needs. Some experts believe this causes us to eat even more of those same unhealthy foods in a desperate attempt to get all of the nutrients it craves. 12. Listening practice answers and explanations. 353 experts also believe that societal factors may contribute to difficulty losing weight. Think back to that last dinner at a restaurant again. Think about the size of your meal. Would you be surprised to learn that in the last 50 years restaurant portions have quadrupled in size? And we haven't even talked about the increase in the size of beverages. Serving sizes of beverages have actually increased by a factor of 6 in the same time frame. But wait, there's more. It's not all about calories in, it's also about calories out. Today's Americans move a whole lot less than those of 50 years ago did. Our jobs require us to sit behind desks more. We spend more of our downtime behind a screen of some variety, surfing the web or streaming a show on a laptop or tablet, watching TV, or playing games on a phone. We meet friends for coffee instead of going for a hike. We commute to work and school in cars, rather than on bicycles or by using our own 2 feet. And then there's also speculation that our lifestyles, themselves, are contributing to our weight gain. Our stress levels are higher than ever before, so we're not sleeping, which knocks more than just our eating systems off course. We're tired, so we reach for sugary, caffeinated drinks. Then we race through our fast food lunches because we have to get back to our desks. We have to spend extra time at our desks doing our work because we're not as productive as we'd like to be. And we're not as productive as we'd like to be because we're tired. And so it begins all over again. So what's the solution? Well, experts disagree there, too. From my experience, it starts with small changes that can help knock you out of your rut. Something as simple as committing to walking 15 minutes a day at lunchtime or drinking a full glass of water for every glass of soda you drink can be the starting point. For some folks, that's all it takes. For others, there's more involved to ultimately regain a healthy weight. But one thing's for sure, there's no single formula that works for everyone. Just as with a reading passage, a lecture will state its main purpose first. However, since the lectures are spoken, you will probably hear a brief introduction or greeting before the main idea is introduced. Here's an example: obesity. Pretty much everyone recognizes it's a serious problem. Recent statistics indicate that nearly 78 million adults and 13 million children in the United States alone deal with the physical and emotional effects of obesity every day. It would seem like the solution is easy, wouldn't it? Eat less and move more. Or in other words, consume fewer calories and increase the number of calories burned through physical activity. And yet, more than 90 million Americans continue to battle the bulge. What makes it so difficult to lose weight? Experts believe there are a number of contributing factors. The first part of the excerpt is a brief introduction: obesity. Battle the bulge. After which the professor states the main purpose: what makes it so difficult to lose weight? Experts believe there are a number of contributing factors. 354 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Based on this statement, the lecture is most likely going to fit into the cause and effect category of lectures. That means we have to look for the causes of obesity mentioned in the lecture. Here's the first. One consideration is that for some folks, the system that sends signals back and forth between organs such as the stomach and the brain is out of whack. Other potential causes are also mentioned. But, experts also believe we're eating too much of the wrong foods, too. Experts also believe that societal factors may contribute to difficulty losing weight. But wait, there's more. It's not all about calories in, it's also about calories out. Today's Americans move a whole lot less than those of 50 years ago did. And then there's also speculation that our lifestyles, themselves, are contributing to our weight gain. So those are the main points the professor is making. Now let's take a look at the questions. 1. While there is a bit of commentary toward the end about potential solutions to the issue of obesity, the passage as a whole is primarily dedicated to discussing the factors that contribute to obesity, or why people have a hard time losing weight. This matches B. 2. It's certainly challenging to remember all the details about every point the professor made, so use your understanding of the structure of the passage and a bit of common sense to at least eliminate answers that you're fairly certain don't match the professor's thinking. Choice A is certainly not in line with what the professor believes. After all, we just said in the previous question that the passage is about the difficulty of losing weight, not the ease of doing so. Choice B might be a maybe at first glance, so if you're not sure, leave it for now. Choice C is definitely out. The professor was clear that portion sizes have increased, not decreased, in the last half-century. Choice D, though, is pretty close to what the entire passage was about: multiple causes that affect weight gain. If you still have B in, it's easily eliminated because D is much more in line with the content of the passage. 3. A common question topic on the TOEFL listening section is the use of colloquial phrases, like this one. Use the context of the passage to determine the intended meaning of phrases like these. One consideration is that for some folks, the system that sends signals back and forth between organs such as the stomach and the brain is out of whack. So what can happen is that when the stomach sends a signal to the brain to stop taking in food, the brain doesn't recognize it and so the person just keeps eating. The professor is describing a system that isn't working correctly, which matches C. 4. B. When the professor discusses a problem, be sure to pay attention to possible solutions. The only one mentioned by the professor is exercise B. If you don't recall the details, eliminate anything you don't remember hearing about and guess. 5. When a lecture is about cause and effect, definitely remember to at least note the primary causes and primary effects. Of the answer choices presented, the only one that is close to anything the professor discussed is A. Also remember to keep a bit of common sense involved. B doesn't have anything to. 12. Listening practice answers and explanations 355 do with weight gain, and D is commonly accepted as a way to decrease weight gain. That means you should at least be able to eliminate 2 answers and then guess between A and C. 6. B. D on multiple answer questions, remember that process of elimination is key to choosing the right answers. While A might make sense as a contributing factor, it was never mentioned by the professor. Choice C is also not likely to be a cause of overeating. That leaves you with the 2 causes the professor did identify, B and D. Listening practice drill number 5. A lecture. Read the transcript of the lecture, noting the main idea, structure, and tone. How do the students' questions relate to the main idea? Male professor. Since yesterday's brief introduction on the origin of banking confused some of you, today I would like to review it a little bit. Banking the way we know it today is a convenience. The money used in banking represents a certain amount of value, but the money itself isn't valuable. It's just paper. To see how we got here. Suppose we think about a society far, far back in history, what would it have used before the paper money we have today? Female student. Didn't they trade with the goods themselves? MP. Sure. The system of exchanging one good for another of equal value is called bartering. Bartering was common in early societies, first with essential goods, then with non-essential goods. By non-essential, I mean, for example, art or cultural objects. You might trade a curtain that had been dyed in a decorative pattern for some wheat. The curtain's decorative value isn't essential to survival the way the food value of the grain is. That's the first step toward a money economy, recognizing trade-worthy value in something that isn't essential to survival. Of course, you may see a hitch. Different cultures don't value the same decorations, so something could be worth a lot to one tribe and nothing to another. With food, that's not a problem, everyone has to eat, but with non-essential items, you're going to use something with cross-cultural value. Can anyone think of anything that would work? Male student. How about gold? It's durable, easy to shape, and it's beautiful. Is that why cultures started using it as money? MP. Well, you can't refer to the earliest trade with gold as a money economy, but yes. Gold is a perfect example. As societies grew more stable and trade flourished, gold, usually molded into small ingots, gradually replaced the system of bartering. There were problems with gold, though. FS. Yeah, I was going to say, gold is heavy, isn't it? How did people carry enough of it around to buy things? And wasn't it dangerous, like, you'd get robbed if people knew you had money with you? MP. Definitely. Hauling all your gold around was a real risk in early societies, when there were bandits roaming around and no police to help you. And as you say, gold is heavy and unwieldy. One advantage it has, though, is that, unlike livestock or food, it doesn't go bad, so you don't have to use it up immediately. 356 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. That combination of characteristics gave people an idea. They started leaving their gold ingots with gold specialists for safekeeping. The specialists stored the gold for a small fee, and they gave their customers receipts, the way you'd get today. So you'd get something that said that, you know, you were the owner of such and such an amount of gold stored at this particular shop. The quality of gold from different mines varies, so the purity and density of your gold ingots, you know, how heavy they were for their size, determined their value and would also be recorded. Then, when you wanted to use it, you just went back, gave the shopkeeper the receipt, and he gave you your gold. MS. So if you were storing 500 ounces of gold of whatever percent purity, you'd give the receipt back, and get your 500 ounces of gold back. They kept it for you in your own little drawer or something. MP. Whoops. I guess I did make it sound that way, thanks for catching that. No, you'd get 500 ounces of gold of the same purity back. They would have equal value, but would not necessarily be the exact same pile of ingots that you originally gave to the shopkeeper. FS. The shopkeeper would use the gold or lend it out while you were storing it. MP. Sure, and you can see how that's another of the beginnings of banking as we know it. You wouldn't get back your very own pile of gold. You'd get back a pile of equal value. It was the value itself that was important. MS. So how did it become like money? I mean, we're still talking about big, heavy stacks of things, and, MP, well, that's the last point. Eventually, people figured out that they could use their receipts from storing gold to trade with one another. If they wanted to buy something, instead of running to the gold shop, withdrawing gold, and bringing it to another shop to pay for food or clay pots or whatever, they just gave the food merchant a receipt for the appropriate amount of gold. The merchant could then cash it in for gold, and the trade would be complete. And that's the last major step. The receipts became the first real ancestor of the money we use today because they stood for value actually attached to goods somewhere else. Some of the academic lectures will include questions from the students and other forms of discussion. While this may appear to make the lectures more confusing, the student questions actually help you to follow the lecture and figure out the main idea. First, let's figure out what the main topic is. As always, the professor mentions it at the very beginning of the lecture. MP. Banking the way we know it today is a convenience. The money used in banking represents a certain amount of value, but the money itself isn't valuable. It's just paper. To see how we got here. Suppose we think about a society far, far back in history, what would it have used before the paper money we have today? 12. Listening practice answers and explanations 357. Now that we know the lecture will be about the beginnings of banking, we should look for a sequence of ideas. The first student question introduces a key point. FS. Didn't they trade with the goods themselves? As we said earlier, the students' comments and questions provide an easy way to follow the development of the lecture. Now the professor will explain the important idea below. MP. Sure. The system of exchanging one good for another of equal value is called bartering. Bartering was common in early societies, first with essential goods, then with non-essential goods. Of course, you may see a hitch. Different cultures don't value the same decorations, so something could be worth a lot to one tribe and nothing to another. A student now asks a question, which again helps us understand the progression of ideas in the lecture. MS. How about gold? It's durable, easy to shape, and it's beautiful. Is that why cultures started using it as money? MP. Well, you can't refer to the earliest trade with gold as a money economy, but yes. Gold is a perfect example. As societies grew more stable and trade flourished, gold, usually molded into small ingots, gradually replaced the system of bartering. There were problems with gold, though. This exchange brings us to another key part of the lecture. The professor details the problems. MP. Definitely. Hauling all your gold around was a real risk in early societies, when there were bandits roaming around and no police to help you. And as you say, gold is heavy and unwieldy. One advantage it has, though, is that, unlike livestock or food, it doesn't go bad, so you don't have to use it up immediately. The lecture then continues with a longer explanation of how the problems with gold led to a new idea. But even if you missed some of that discussion, notice how the next student comment helps you figure out the key point. MS. So if you were storing 500 ounces of gold of whatever % purity, you'd give the receipt back, and get your 500 ounces of gold back. They kept it for you in your own little drawer or something. This comment gives us some clue as to what the professor was talking about before, the ability to store gold. Now the professor continues with the sequence. MP. Sure, and you can see how that's another of the beginnings of banking as we know it. MS. So how did it become like money? I mean, we're still talking about big, heavy stacks of things, and, MP, well, that's the last point. Eventually, people figured out that they could use their receipts from storing gold to trade with one another. As you can see, in each case the discussion between student and professor helped to clarify the major points of the lecture. So, make sure to be aware of this when dealing with an academic discussion on the TOEFL. 358 Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Now let's take care of the questions. 1. See, this question was answered when the professor talked about bartering and the point was introduced with the use of a direction marker, of course. The answer choices in this question are very good candidates for PO. The first choice is extreme. It says that societies cannot devote resources This is an absolute statement and should be eliminated. Choice D is another type of extreme answer, one that shows up every once in a while. The problem with this answer is that it can be seen as somewhat offensive. It judges the decorations as too simple. The TOEFL will never have a correct answer that makes a negative value judgment. The characteristics in B refer to gold. 2. A, B, D. Get rid of C, which is extreme because it states that only specialists could determine the value of gold. 3. B. Once again, C is extreme, so eliminate it. Choice D never appears in the lecture, so eliminate it as well. Choice A is certainly tempting, but the lecture said that the quality of gold from different mines varies, so the purity and density of your gold ingots, you know, how heavy they were for their size, determined their value and would also be recorded. Thus, B is best. 4. B. Here's a transcription of the excerpt to which you're asked to listen for this question. MS. So if you were storing 500 ounces of gold of whatever percent purity, you'd give the receipt back, and get your 500 ounces of gold back. They kept it for you in your own little drawer or something. MP. Whoops. I guess I did make it sound that way, thanks for catching that. The professor's use of the word whoops indicates a mistake of some sort. Eliminate A and D because the line in question is about the professor. I guess I did make it sound that way. Not the student. And no point is introduced in this line, so C is incorrect. 5. C. The professor mentions the answer to this question at the end of the lecture. Alternatively, use PO. Choice A is extreme. It says, all gold shops use the same format. Choice D refers to bartering, which was mentioned in the beginning of the sequence as something that came before money. Eliminate it. Choice B is not mentioned. 6. This is a definition question. These can be tough because if you miss the definition during the lecture it's hard to use PO. If you recall that the word ingot appeared during the discussion of gold, you may be able to eliminate C and D because they don't refer to gold. The professor gives a sufficient clue as to the definition of the term here. MP. The quality of gold from different mines varies, so the purity and density of your gold ingots, you know, how heavy they were for their size, determined their value and would also be recorded. 12. Listening Practice Answers and Explanations 359. Chapter 13 Cracking the speaking section. Of all the sections on the TOEFL, the speaking section often causes the most anxiety in test takers. Of course, we're going to talk about some ways to help you crack this section, but first let's look at what you can expect in the speaking section. 2 independent tasks. 1 question asks for your personal preference and 1 asks you to choose between 2 options. For each task, you'll have 15 seconds preparation time, 45 seconds speaking time. 2 reading, listening, and speaking integrated tasks. You will read a passage, listen to a conversation or lecture, and respond. For each task, you'll have 45 seconds reading time, 60 to 90 second conversation, lecture, 30 seconds preparation time, 60 seconds speaking time. 2 listening and speaking integrated tasks. You will listen to a conversation or lecture and respond. For each task, you'll have 1 to 2 minute conversation, lecture, 20 seconds preparation time, 60 seconds speaking time. The entire speaking section will take about 20 minutes. As you can see, one of the challenges of the speaking section is the way in which the questions require you to apply a variety of different skills: reading, listening, and, of course, speaking. The 6 speaking responses you'll have to provide will each be graded on a scale from 0 to 5. As we mentioned in the early part of this book, the speaking scores are subdivided into 4 sections. Good 3.5 minus 4.0. A score in the good range tells schools that you can speak comfortably about personal experiences and about content you've read and listened to. Your speech is fairly fluid, pronunciation is clear, and vocabulary is used appropriately. Fair 2.5 minus 3.0. Fair score tells schools that you can generally speak about personal experiences and about content you've read and listened to. However, you may have some challenges when it comes to pronunciation and intonation, which makes it more challenging for a listener to understand what you're trying to say. You also may have some difficulty with grammatical structures and vocabulary. Limited 1.5 minus 2.0. Limited score indicates to schools that you can handle basic conversations in English, but may have difficulty with grammatical structures. You can offer broad responses, but may lack the vocabulary to present well-developed responses to questions. Weak 0 minus 1.0. Weak Score indicates that you didn't finish your response, or that your speech is difficult for listeners to understand. 362I Cracking the TOEFL IBT Speaking Section Directions. The speaking section has a fairly unique format, so it is helpful to familiarize yourself with the directions before you take the test. That way, you'll feel prepared and more comfortable when you actually take the TOEFL. The speaking section begins with a microphone test. At the beginning of the section, you'll be asked to answer a sample question. This question does not affect your TOEFL score, so don't worry about it. Your response is used simply to adjust the microphone volume, which will be done automatically at the conclusion of your response. The microphone test screen will look similar to the one shown below. Begin speaking after the beep. Continue speaking until a message appears. Describe the house in which you live. As you speak, the computer will adjust the volume of the microphone. When a message appears on the screen that tells you to stop speaking, the adjustment has finished. After the adjustment is finished, the directions appear. The first two questions will ask you to respond to familiar topics. You will first be asked to state your personal preference and then to choose between two options. For each task you will have 15 seconds to organize your thoughts and then 45 seconds to respond. The next two questions will give you 45 seconds to read a short text, after which the text is removed from the screen and the audio will begin immediately. You will listen to a talk on the same topic as the reading and combine information from both the talk and the reading in your spoken response. The final two questions ask you to listen to a conversation or lecture that lasts between 1 and 2 minutes and then respond to it. After you hear the lecture, you will have 20 seconds to prepare your response and then 60 seconds to speak. 13. Cracking the speaking section. 363. Remember, it is much more important to speak clearly than quickly. You have only a short time. You will not lose points for having an accent, but the graders must be able to easily understand what you are saying in your answer. You can take notes during all readings, conversations, and lectures, if you find that doing so is helpful. However, the directions for each question will not appear on the screen. You'll be able to listen to them only once, so be sure to listen carefully. How the speaking section is scored. Each of your spoken responses will be evaluated on a scale of 0 to 4 by 3 to 6 different graders. The average of all 6 scores is then converted to the 0 to 30 scaled score. The graders consider 3 major areas when judging the quality of your response. Let's look at each in detail. 1. Delivery. On the TOEFL, delivery refers to both the flow and clarity of your speech. A higher scoring response will be well-paced and free of long pauses and unnecessary interjections. Although the speech may contain minor pronunciation errors or problems with intonation, these errors do not detract from understanding the speech. 2. Language use. The scorers are looking for effective use of grammar and vocabulary. Complexity of sentence structure will also be considered. A higher scoring response generally contains a variety of sentence structures, a range of vocabulary, and few grammatical errors. Once again, a top response doesn't have to be perfect, but the errors shouldn't affect the listener's ability to understand the speech. 3. Topic development. This includes how well your response addresses the task as well as the development of your ideas. Thus, the graders are judging you not only on how you speak, but also on what you say. This is an important point because test takers who are comfortable speaking in English may not achieve a top score if they do not structure their responses appropriately. Cracking the speaking section. Basic principles. The speaking section of the TOEFL can be very intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. The first important point about the speaking section is that although there are 6 different questions, the types of responses you will give are all fairly similar. Basically, your goal is to use the skills you've learned throughout the reading and listening sections, and use them together with standard templates for responses on the speaking section. If you are comfortable with the work we've done in the reading and listening sections, then your primary focus will be on learning the templates for each speaking task. Another important point to consider is the score range of the programs to which you're applying. The top score on the speaking section is 30. Although there are only 6 questions and the top score on each is a 4, the TOEFL converts your 0 to 24 points to a 0 to 30 scaled score. However, many programs are looking for scores far lower than 30. So before you devote too much time to worrying about this section, check the requirements of the schools in which you're interested. 364. Cracking the TOEFL IBT. Finally, realize that you do not have to sound like a native speaker to score well. It is perfectly acceptable to speak with an accent and make some mistakes in grammar and word use. What ultimately matters is how understandable your speech is. Thus, cracking the speaking section requires you to be aware of the following. 1. How you sound. When speaking, you must try to avoid unnecessary pauses and try to speak at an even pace. 2. Your command of English grammar and vocabulary. A top-scoring response uses a variety of words and contains some complex sentence structures. 3. What you say. Good responses have a clear flow of ideas and use appropriate transitions to link topics. Let's examine each of these requirements in more detail. Basic